All right. Welcome, everybody. We got a grudge match going on between Jackson Gore, Jackson Gore and David Polk playing Aaron and Landon Yao. Right now, the score is 2-5. Want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, for being a part of the tournament. For those who watching live on Facebook, we welcome you and thank you for joining us. If you have a comment you'd like to make, feel free to make it. I'll comment on it if I see it. And if you can't hear me, would you please let me know? But we're here on Facebook Live with a live chat. Now the score is 4-5. Favor Aaron and Landon. They're in the lead. Jack just threw the bag off to the left. Aaron went up the middle. Aaron goes up the middle with the second bag. Jack goes off to the left again with his third bag. Aaron's up the middle. Jack's in with that bag. Aaron's in with his bag, making it a 12 on 6. Now we have Landon. He has first bag. And his first bag goes up with a level 1 block sitting in front of the hole. David pushes his bag in. Landon goes in with his second one. David goes in with his second one. Landon's off the board to the right. David's off the board to the back. Landon's up and in. David's up and in. It's a 9-9 wash. Aaron's first bag. Aaron goes up the middle, goes to the left. Sitting on the outside, Jack bullies his bag over just a little bit. Aaron stepping out, drags that bag in. Jack goes up and goes in. Aaron goes up, he's in. Jack's in. Aaron's in with his fourth bag. Jack's in with his fourth bag. And we have a social. And the score right now is 11-4. Favor Aaron and Landon. Landon's up and he's off to the left, sitting in David's lane just outside of the red zone. David goes up, does a side-by-side. Landon goes up to roll, misses his roll shot, but his bag's still on the board. David throws for a push and ends up pushing, going off the back with one bag, but he did get his other bag in. David's in with his second bag. Landon's in with his bag. David goes up and goes to the right. This is 7 on 6. David and Jack get a point. Here's Jack. Jack's up and he's off to the left again. Aaron's up and he's off to the right, but his bag is in the red zone. Jack goes off to the left again. Aaron's up and pushes his bag just a little bit closer to the hole. Jack drags Aaron's bag and his bag in on the third bag. Aaron goes in with the third bag. Jack goes and drags a bag. What a shot. What a shot Jack just made. Aaron goes to the left and it's a 10-10 wash. So score remains the same, 5 on 11. Landon and Aaron have control of the board. Landon has first bag. David's up. He goes up. He's got a level one block, but it's sitting in the hole. Landon pushes it up just a little bit, just barely moving it on the left side. And Landon's bag's on the left of the left side of the board now. David goes up, does a side-by-side, pushing one of his bags in. Landon pushes David's bag just a little bit closer to the hole, but he's sitting right behind it. David goes up with an airmail and hits it. Landon goes up for a roll cut and misses, goes off the board. David's up with an airmail with his second bag, last bag rather. Landon goes up with a roll shot. It's a 7-on-3. Giving them 9. Now the score's 9-11, and Jack and David have control of the board. Jack's up. He's up the middle with a level 2 block. Aaron rolls over Jack's bag and goes in. Jack goes up with a roll bag and misses. Aaron goes around the corner of that bag. Jack pushes one of his bags in. His bags are sitting in the hole. Aaron goes around them 2 bags. Jack goes in and pushes 2 bags in and takes one in with him, and it's a 12-12, and we have a social. Want to give a big shout out to Mickey Cook and Dingus Swim. They're off down at Myrtle Beach working. They can't be here with us tonight. We want to give a shout out to them and appreciate them. David's in with his first bag. Landon's off to the right, but a corner of his bag is hanging in the hole. David pushes it on in. Landon goes up, sets up behind David's bag, but it's still in his lane. David goes up and off to the left and off of the board. Landon goes up for a push and goes to the back of the board. David goes up with an airmail and hits it. Now it's a 7-on-5 right now. Oh, and Landon takes 2 of his bags off the board, giving David and Jack 3 more points. Now the lead, we have a lead change. Jack's off to the right. Aaron's in with his first bag. Jack's off to the left with his next bag. Aaron's up and right down the middle and goes in. Jack goes in dragging a bag. Aaron goes in with his third bag. Jack goes up for a block and ends up falling short, just a little short. Aaron goes up and goes around and it stops, and it's a 10-on-8, only getting 2 points. So now the score is 12-13, favor Aaron and Landon. Now they have control of the boards. We have a lead change. Landon goes off to the right, off the board. David goes up, and his bag goes to the back of the board to the right. Landon goes up. He's got a level 2 block in his lane. David goes around that bag and goes in. Landon goes in with his next bag. David goes in with his next bag, dragging Landon's bag. Landon goes up and misses. David goes up and misses, so it's a 7-on-8, only giving giving Jack and David 1 point, and the score is 13-13. Now Jack goes up to the, hey buddy. Jack goes up. Aaron goes in with his first bag. Jack's got a level 2 block sitting there. Aaron steps out and goes around it. Jack tries to push that bag and ends up going off the side of the board. He misses. Aaron's in. Jack, oh, what a drag. Jack drags that bag in that he had so far over to the right, only giving up 3 points. So now we have another lead change. It's 16-13 now. Landon goes up. Landon's off to the left. David goes up. He sets up right on the edge of the red zone. He goes up to push that bag. Landon went around that first time. Now Landon pushes up. He's got a level 1 block sitting in front of the hole. Landon goes up. He pushes that bag a little bit closer. Jack tells David to board his bag, and it would only be 4 points. So now the score is 20-13. Aaron's up the middle. He sets up with a level one black. Jack hits it and knocks it in, goes off to the left. Aaron goes off of Jack's bag and goes in. Jack tries a airmail shot, airmail drag, and ends up missing it. Then he throws the next bag up. Aaron goes up for airmail, misses it. Jack, hey buddy, how you doing tonight? You feeling all right? Good. This is my friend Dewey Smith. We got you live on Facebook. So you ready to play? You ready? I'm ready to play. I'd like to play, but I told Mickey I'd do this, and I like doing the commentating. I just hope everybody out there enjoys it. Yep. Yeah, I'm waiting to get the glass slipper, Dewey. That's exactly right. But, I've placed 4 times in 4 tournaments. I've placed in the money. And I hate we didn't go enough. Yeah, that close. Yep. Yeah, I need the glass slipper. That's right. Well, got a pretty good crowd tonight. So far, we got 44 players. So there's probably going to be a couple more to come in, I hope. Yeah. We got a couple more people that might show up and they might not. We might end up with what we got. But hopefully we'll have at least 48 to 50, at least that many more, at least 4 more players. But if we don't, we'll be happy with the 44 that we have. Well, there's 45. Need 3 more, Dewey. Go out there and get us somebody, Dewey. Go out there and pull us somebody off the street. Yeah, I know they are. Oh, really? Yeah, but are they all registered now? Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, you're right. They'll call it out here in a minute. Yeah, right. Yeah, we got 4 pros in here right now that we know of, that we definitely know of. Yeah, I believe that too. That kid's awesome. Aaron is he's a nice kid too, but he can throw too. One on the right there. Yep. All right, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Hey, brother. How you doing, Larry?
Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man.
Good?
Yeah, man. Doing good.
Appreciate you doing this too.
Oh, I appreciate you guys allowing me to do it, giving me the opportunity. Yes, sir. Appreciate you too, Larry. All right, let's give a shout out to our sponsors tonight. We got Hartzell's Garage Door and Company. We got Bust You Up Cornhole, Kelly's Bars and Grills and Aftermarket Car Parts, Bag Junkies, Headlights Are Us, home of Mickey Cook and Jennifer Cook. They own and operate this business, and they doing a fine job, and they put these tournaments on for us so we'll have an opportunity and a place to come and play where it's cool. Want to thank Bridges Corp, Angie's Pressure Washing. If you don't know any of these folks and you need some work done, Hartzell's Garage Door, or if you need your garage doors adjusted, or just, if you need a new one, give them a call. Kelly's Bars and Grills, they buy new and aftermarket car parts for trucks and cars. So if you need anything, give them a call. And we have Headlights Are Us. This is Mickey Cook and his place, and he is a good guy to deal with. He has car headlights, tail lights, and he does a fine job of cleaning them up, because some of them's used and some of them's new. It just depends on how much you want to spend. But come down and check them out. Come down and check us out on Monday nights or Thursday nights. Also, Christian Dees runs a tournament on Fridays. here at Headlights or Us. So come on down, join us. You have plenty of opportunity to come down and play with us. We have several tournaments, well, 3 tournaments a week that you could come and play in. Also, we have some friends that have tournaments going on in different places. I can't name all of those places, but I know you can find out where they playing at. But anyway, thank you everybody for joining us. Thank you for putting up with this commentator here, and we appreciate you. And we would love to see you. Come down, drop in. If you just want to come down and watch for an hour or so, come on down and watch. We have a main board right here. It's the #1 board right here. This is where they do their main tournaments, and at the end of the night, you know, you can come. You can set in on the commentating. If you'd like to say something, just let me know, and I'll be glad to hand you the mic and let you talk. But we appreciate you guys. We thank you very much. We just got a little. These guys right here are just practicing. This is not a tournament game right here. They're just throwing and just getting warmed up, getting ready to start throwing. You know, we thank everybody. We've got 56 folks right now. So that's going to be 28 teams so far tonight. I see a couple more coming in the door. I don't know if they here. Yes, they. That's Crystal calling out that they just got a few more minutes on the money shot tickets. Got a couple more folks coming in. I see one making his way up there to the desk. He's going to sign in. Well, hello, lost lady. Where you been? Here comes a couple more in the back door. That's 2 more. That's going to add to it. So far, we got 59 folks here. Oh, here comes number 60. Maybe 61. I see Leanne, and I'm sure her husband Josh is with her. It's 6:51. We still got a few more minutes yet before we start. I see that there's a few more people that got 56 right now. All right. So far, we've got 30 teams. I see another one come in. So that's going to be 30 teams that we're going to have so far. All right. We've got 63, 64. Got 64 folks here, so that's going to be 32 teams. I think we're going to have one more. We might have a couple more to come in the door before time runs out on them. Oh! Want to thank Fred Holland and Matt Brown for checking in on us and commentating just a little bit, making a comment. He said we sound good. Wished I was there, Fred Holland. We miss you, Fred. Wish you were here too. Appreciate you guys out there that's watching. So far, we got 67 folks here. Folks, I'm telling you, this is a good venue to come to and play. If you want to just come and practice, there's plenty of boards here that you could practice on. If you don't want to play, you can come and practice till you think you're good enough to play. Then you can step on up and step out and put your money up and do your best. We're fixing to have the money shot. Giving the last call on sign-ins. We got one more coming. Got one more coming. Just hold off. One more coming, making it 68. Gonna be 34 teams here tonight at Krave Cornhole. Don't look like I'm going to get out of here early tonight. And I don't know if Scotty will have time, but he usually runs a couple of 2 to 3 sit and goes. So there you go again. If you ain't playing in the tournament, you can play a sit and go. All right. We got the money shot. We got the money shot fixing to go down. This is where everybody buys tickets.
First draw is going to be for
$745 per bag on the first draw.
the last four numbers. 5, 6, 1, 1. It's going to be Mr. Keith. Keith M.
Well, here we go with the money shot. Trying to see who the first player was. First thrower, rather. Who it was going to be.
All right, hold your bags, please, for Mr. Keith. Keith,
Oh, it's Keith.
$745 a bag.
$747. Ooh, he just skips the top of the bag. I mean the hole. He goes over the hole into the box behind it. Goes up and he falls a little short. He's up. Oh, and he falls a little short on that one too.
All right, here we go. Second draw.
Second draw. $370 a bag.
Last four numbers. It's going to be 5, 5, 9, 5. It's going to be Mr. Purser.
Oh, and we got Travis Purser, ACL Pro Travis Purser. Come on, Travis, I'll pull for you. We got Travis Purser coming up. Ah! Yes, wish you were here, Fred. Here we go.
All right, hold your bags.
Hey, Seth. Seth, move back a little bit so I can see that board. Thank you. Travis is short on his first bag. Here he goes. Oh, his second bag falls short too. Oh, his third bag's just a little bit to the side. Fourth bag. Oh, and he goes over, misses. Oh, ACL Pro Travis Purser is not an airmail shooter for the airmail. Folks, we have a pipe sitting out here. They 185 a bag on this next throw. Gonna be Jack. This is ACL Pro Jack Gore, also known as the Twin Terrors. These boys just got back from Pennsylvania. They were up there playing in this last tournament that they had in Pennsylvania. These kids have been playing ever since they were about 4 years old.
Hold your bags for Jack, please. Jack.
And now they're into the pro division of cornhole, playing in the ACL. First bag's off. Second bag's too high. Third bag's too high. Fourth bag's too high. So Jack misses. So ACL Pro Jack Gore missed his airmail shot. One more draw. Here we go.
Last draw for $90 a bag. Last four numbers. 5594.
9. Travis Purser gets another shot at $90 a bag. Hey, if he makes 4 bags, that's 4 times 9. That's $360 right there. Think about it. You get drawn on that first call.
All right, bags for Travis, please. That's $90 a bag.
I wish I could put a cam on the pipe, but we're not able to do that as of now. Travis hits the first bag. Oh, he misses. Here's his last bag. Oh, and he hits it for $180. Travis Purser, ACL Pro. He couldn't hit it for the big money, but when it got down to the nitty-gritty, he got 2 bags. So he made $180 already. He could put his bags up and go on home, not even worry about playing. But guess what? He's going to play. Hey, Lee. Lee, can I... Now, when is this?
Will be delivered on Friday, July the 19th, around 6 p.m. here at the Krave Cornhole Compound. Next Monday, July the 15th, Eric
Hey, come here.
is coming with food. He will be taking
Come here. Come here.
donations will be going to the Emergency Krave Scholars Summer Camp at
I think there's a plug-in down there. I'll cut that thing off if I try to plug that in. Would you plug it in for me, please?
Also, if you would not like a chicken plate and would like to make a donation, that would be greatly appreciated.
Huh? Hold on a minute. I'm going to try to turn my light on for you. It ain't going to go? No, it ain't on. Let's see. Yeah, it's charging. Thank you. I had to plug my phone up. All right, I think we're ready to start now. We got everybody, we got some folks on board. I need to get Mr. Kobe over here. Let's see. Search by director. Want to go to game zone. Let's go to. I think we got to go up here and refresh. Let's see. Hey, brother. Come on now. Where we at? Think we need to refresh it again. I got to erase this. Hey, I need you to do me a favor. Well, Kobe's playing now, but I needed him to get me set up over here.
What you need?
I need to get on the two players, and it gives the score over here on this side.
How does it not?
I think you got to go up here. I clicked on that. Okay,
Search by director.
right there, director. All right. But when I click on it, it don't do nothing.
I don't know why it's not popping up.
I don't know why it's not working. And it should be. I don't know.
I don't know.
All right, we'll wait on. Well, I'll get Kobe over here in a little bit. We'll get it. I guess I could do it. I don't know. Right now the score is 3-7, 3-7. We got Leanne and Lee Edwards on one side. Gore. Scotty Gore. All right, go back down. There we go. Yeah. Now go to. Hey.
So big. Alright. What do you just want? That? What?
Well, we're trying to get. Hold on, let me cut this off. Get us back on. Let's get us back on the line. All right, Lee just goes around the bag. So now the score is 5-14 right now. Lee Edwards and Lee Ann Klutz are throwing against Mason Anderson and Eric. I can't pronounce that last name. Eric's up and off to the left of the board, but he's sitting in the red zone. Leanne's off to the right, sitting right on the edge of the red zone. Excuse me. Eric goes up, taking his first bag in and goes to the left. That bag's out of play. Goes up the middle with his next bag and in. Leanne goes up and she's in with her third bag. He goes up with his fourth bag and he's in. I think it's an 8 on 10. Giving Eric and Mason Anderson 2 points. Score now is 5-16. Mason's up with his first bag. It's off to the left. Lee goes up with his first bag and it's in. Mason goes up. He's off to the right again. Lee goes up and he's off to the left. Anderson goes to the left. Lee goes up and he's off with his third bag. Anderson has 3 bags on the board, none in. He goes in with his last bag, so now that's 6 on 4 right now. Lee goes up and sets it up on the board, and it's 6 on 5, giving up 1 more point. So now the score is 17-5. Leanne's up, throwing against Eric. Eric's first bag It's up and sitting in the middle with a level one block in the red zone. Leanne goes up, pushes his bag in, and goes off to the left of the board. Eric's in with his next bag. Leanne's in with her second bag. Eric's in, and he's sitting in Leanne's lane on the left-hand side. Leanne pushes that bag up just a little bit. It does a go behind. Now Eric does a go around and goes around Leanne's bag and goes in. Leanne's up, knocking his bag in. It's a 12 on 5. That's 7 points. That's the game. All right. So that's the first match on board one. Now we'll see who Lee Hagwood, David Gibson, they're on court two, and Michael Gant. So now we got Mason Anderson and Eric Policastro. Aaron George, Dennis Lowerly is up on this board for the next game. Hey buddy, what's up? How are you? How you doing? Oh, whoa now. Don't hit no buttons. Yeah. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. Huh?
Take out your teeth again.
No. 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 I don't know what he's talking about. What's that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know, but we can't do that. Can't do that.
You still play cornhole?
Yes, I play cornhole.
What happened to your leg?
I hold on a minute. All right. So we're back. We're live, and we're playing cornhole. They're doing their down and backs. As soon as they're finished with their down and backs, they'll start live. They'll start the game, and I'll let you know. right. Let's see if they spin a bag and see if they're ready to go. I think they're going to do one more down and back. And then they're going to start the game. Mm. All right. So I think they're getting ready to start. Here they go. They're starting. This is going to be the first round. We have Aaron George and Eric Policastro. Castro's in with his first bag. George is in with his first. Eric's in with his second bag. George is in with his second bag. Eric's up and in. George follows. Eric's in. George is in. So we have a social on our first round in our first match. Well, second match, I'm sorry. This is a second match here. Mason and Eric's already played one game and won. So now they play in Aaron and Dennis. Mason's up and he's off to the right in Dennis's lane. Dennis goes to the left and goes off the board. Mason goes in, drags his first bag with him. Dennis is in with his second bag. Dennis is in, he's setting in the hole with a level 1 block. Mason drags it in. Oh, and Dennis goes off to the right, off the board, so it's a 7-on-6, giving up 1 point. So here we go. We got Eric starting out with his first bag. Eric's up and off to the left, setting in the red zone. Aaron goes around his bag and goes in. Eric goes up. He's in. George goes in with his next bag. Eric's got those bags set up and they're just about ready to fall. If they fall, oh, that's going to give them a 4. George goes up and off to the left of the board and he misses the hole, giving up 4 points. So now the score is 8-0. Favor Mason, Anderson, and Eric. Aaron George. All right, Anderson's off to the left with his first bag. That bag's out of play. There's no way he's going to be able to grab it. It goes up with a level 1 block on the second bag. Dennis goes up. Dennis sets up in his lane with a level 2 block, but it's in his lane. He can step out and drag that bag. Oh, and he misses it. Oh, Anderson knocks Dennis's bag, Lowry's bag in. Now Lowry has an opportunity to score here, and he does. It's a 9-on-5, giving them 4 points. So now, here we go. Aaron George, he has first bag. First bag's up and to the right. It's hanging in. It's in the red zone. That bag's going to fall. Eric's first bag's over to the left, misses Aaron's bag and goes in. Aaron takes his second bag and drags his first bag in. Eric's in with his next bag. George is over to the left, but it's hanging in the hole in the red zone. Eric throws a block. George goes over that bag with a rollover bag and drags his other bag. That's 12. Eric goes off to the left, giving up 2 points. So now the score is going to be 6-8. here we go. Dennis has first bag. Dennis throws his first bag. It goes off the back of the board. Anderson throws his first bag up the middle, and he's got a level one block sitting in the red zone. Dennis tries to go around that bag. Anderson goes up the middle and hits his bag, goes off to the left. Dennis sets up with a level one block beside of it. Anderson goes in and takes his bag with him, takes Dennis's bag. Dennis goes up. He's got a level two block sitting just outside the red zone on the right side. It's in his lane, but he don't have another bag, and Anderson misses the bag. So now it was a 7-on-5. Anderson still scored 2 points, so now it's 10-6. Now we got Eric. He's got first bag. He throws his first bag. It's up the middle and in. George's first bag's in. Eric's next bag's to the left, sitting outside of the red zone in Aaron's lane, but Aaron goes around that bag. Now Eric puts his next bag up, George pushes Eric's bag in. Eric goes in and cleans it up. George goes up and he's in. We have a social. So the score still remains 10-6. Now we have Dennis and Mason up. Mason has first bag. They have control of the board. Mason's first bag's off to the left. The corner's sitting in the red zone, but it's kindly out of play. Dennis goes up, does a side-by-side. Anderson goes around Dennis's bag and goes in. Now Dennis goes up and he sets up with a level one block. He's got the hole completely blocked now. Oh, his next bag's off to the right and he rails it off the side of the board. Anderson asking his partner what he needs to do. He goes up for an airmail and hits Dennis Lowerly's bag, goes in. Dennis goes for a roll shot and misses it. So it's going to be a 5-on-5. And I think the score is going to remain the same, 6-10. Eric has first bag. Eric's up and he's off to the right. That bag is on. I don't know if he can drag that bag or not, but it'll be a good shot if he does. He goes to the left and goes in. George goes in with his second bag. Eric's in with his third bag. George is in with his third bag. Eric's in with his last bag. George is in. It's a 12-on-10. So we have 2 more points for George and Dennis Lowerly, so it makes the score 8-10 now. Here we go. Dennis has first bag. All right, Dennis is up and in with his first bag. Anderson's up, and he's got a level one block setting in the red zone. Dennis goes up, replaces that bag. Mason goes off to the left. Dennis goes straight up the middle. George goes up with a level one block. Oh, Dennis goes for the airmail and misses. George goes up to put it on the board, ends up going side rail and rails that bag off and giving up 1 point. So now the score is 7-10. And Aaron George and Dennis Lowerly have control right now. George is off to the right. He's over in Eric's lane. Eric goes around George's bag, kind of barely touching it, dragging it in. George got it a little bit closer that time. Now Eric throws up. He's got that bag sitting in the hole with his bag. So both of these bags are going to fall. There goes George. He drags them in, cleans it up. Eric goes up the middle and goes in. George goes up and goes in with his last bag. We have another social. So that was a 12-on-12 wash. These four baggers are going to be contributed to Krave Cornhole, located at 120 Northeast Church Street in Concord, North Carolina. Dennis Larley's off to the left with his first bag, along with Anderson. He's off to the left. They both have a bag on the left-hand side. Dennis goes up, and he falls short. He's got a level 3 block, but it's not in his lane. He goes up with his third bag and goes in. Anderson goes in with his third bag. Larley goes up. He's sitting in the hole with a level 1 block. Anderson knocks it in. It's a 6-on-8, giving 2 more points. So now we're going to have a lead change. We've got a lead change. Now the score is 11-10. Favor Aaron George and Dennis Larley. Aaron's in with his first bag. Eric's over to the left. He's got a level 2 block. George goes around that bag and goes in. Now Aaron tries to pull that bag just a little bit closer and goes off to the left just a little bit. Now he's going up the middle. He tries to drag that bag and roll the bag in. His bag ends up falling. So right now it's George has a 12. Aaron has a 8. So right now it's going to be 14. It's going to be 15-10 now. Dennis goes up. He's off to the right. That bag is barely hanging on the corner down there in the red zone, but it's out of Dennis's lane to the back of the board. Anderson goes up and goes in with his next bag. Dennis goes up, tries to push, puts up a level 1 block. Got 2 bags sitting in the hole. Now here he goes. He got 1 bag in. Now here's Mason. Mason throws the bag on the board, making it a 6-6 wash. Aaron George, Dennis Larley still in control of the board. Aaron's first bag's up the middle and in. Eric's first bag's in. George goes off to the left just a little bit. He's right on, his bag is sitting right on the corner of the red zone. Then Eric throws a bag behind his bag. George goes around those bags and goes in. Eric tries to drag that first bag that he throwed. George drags it for him. Here's Eric's last bag goes off to the left behind George's, and we have a 10-10 wash. So the score still remains 10-15 or 15-10, favor Aaron George and Dennis Larley. Mason Anderson and Eric, they're behind by 5. Dennis Larley's first bag. It's up the middle, and he's set up for a level 1 block. Anderson goes to the left of his bag, almost going off the board, but it's sitting there. Larley goes up and goes to the left, pushing his bag just a little bit closer to Anderson's bag. But Larley still has a bag in the middle of the board. Aaron goes up again, trying to push that bag in and go in with a bag. Larley goes to the right, goes around that bag, but it's sitting in the hole. If he hits the board, I feel sure it's a possibility that this bag's going to fall. But it looks like that bag is touching the other bag, so it might not fall. He could just lay it on the board, lay it up, and make it a 4-4 wash. If he tries to push that first bag and go in with it, I know that bag is going to fall definitely. So that's going to give him an 8-on-6. All right, he lays it up, and it's a 4-4 wash. So here we go. Aaron George with his first bag. It's up and off to the right. It's out of the lane, so it's out of play. Eric goes in with his first bag. George goes in with his second bag. Eric goes to the left, just a little bit to the left. Now George goes up and goes around Eric's bag and goes in, missing Eric's bag totally. Eric drags that bag and goes in. Now it's a 10 on 9 right now. Oh, and Eric goes in getting 2 points. So now the score is 12 for Mason Anderson and Eric to 15. Aaron George, Dennis Lowerly are still in the lead. Anderson has control of the board. He goes off to the right. That bag's out of play. Dennis goes, whoopsie. Anderson goes in with his next bag. All right, Dennis goes off to the back of the board, but it's still on the board in play. Anderson goes in with his third bag. Lowerly goes off to the right. Dennis goes off. He's off on Lowerly in Lowerly's lane. Lowerly goes up. It's a 3 on 8, giving up 5 points. Now we have a lead change. Mason Anderson and Eric are in the lead now with 17 to 15 over Aaron George and Dennis Lowerly. Eric goes off to the left. He's sitting in George's lane. George goes up and around that bag and goes in. Eric goes in with his next bag. George goes up, falling in behind Eric's first bag. Eric goes up and goes to the left, and he's sitting behind George's second bag. George does a roll bag and rolls the bag in the hole. Eric goes up. He's falling behind George's bag. Now, if George makes a roll shot here, I don't think George wants to do a hard push. I think he's going to do a roll shot here. So, folks, pay attention. Pay attention to this kid. He's awesome. Oh, he goes low, trying to drag his bag in and do a to make it 12. It's 7 on 5. So they get 2 more points. So now we have a 17 to 17 score right now. It's all tied up. Dennis Lowerly's in with his first bag. Anderson's up. He's got a level 1 block sitting in front of the hole. Dennis goes up and tries to go behind Anderson's bag and ends up going to the right. Now Dennis, we have another whoopsie. Dennis Lowerly throws a whoopsie. Anderson goes up dragging one of his bags and setting up with another bag. Now Lowerly knocks that bag in. Anderson's in with his last bag. So that's a 12 on 5. And that's the game. Final score was 27 to 17, favor Mason Anderson and Eric. On court 2, we have Terry Stidham, Brandon Kimry, Dewey Smith, and John McDufford. But we probably won't be seeing that game on here, but I can. You be all right, brother. It happens. Don't get nervous. Yeah, I did too. I thought y'all had it too, but it didn't work out that way, did it, brother? Don't always. Hey, listen, cornhole, just like football and baseball, you might have the most points in the beginning, but you can get behind quick. Yep, you did. And guess what? They know it. If you do it over here in front of me, everybody that's watching is going to know it. I don't, I do the whoopsie. Yep. I don't know how many folks we got watching right now. All right, we waiting on our next match to come up. While we doing that, I want to give a shout out to Mickey Cook and Dingus Swim. They're off down at Myrtle Beach. They're working, but they also going to go play in a cornhole tournament tonight. Also, we hoping and wishing them good luck, hoping they do good in the tournament. But want to thank Mickey Cook for allowing us to come here at the Krave Cornhole Compound and hold this tournament. Also want to thank Hartzell's Garage Doors and Company. We also would like to thank Bust You Up Cornhole, Kelly's Bars and Grills, Aftermarket Car Parts, Bag Junkies. Also, we got Headlights Are Us, home of Krave Cornhole, Bridges Corp, Angie's Pressure Washing. Want to thank all of these folks for giving us the opportunity to represent them here, and also for allowing, we want to thank them for being a part of this compound and taking part in the community activities here at Krave Cornhole. Want to thank each and every one for coming out tonight. For those of you that are watching via satellite, Facebook Live, we want to thank you for tuning in, being a part of this night. We ended up with a good crowd tonight. And I'm talking about they come in just a few minutes. I mean, it was about 10 minutes till or so when we were watching, and they wasn't but 50-some players, and I think we ended up with either 68 or 70 maybe. I don't really know for sure. But we have a lot of matches going on here tonight. Have a good crowd. We have a really good crowd. We want to thank all of them for coming out tonight. We're having a down and back. We got Alyssa Goodwin, and Brian Sequoia, and Mason Anderson, and Eric. They're doing their down and backs right now. All right, they ready to start now. We have, once again, we got Alyssa Goodwin and Brian and Mason Anderson and Eric. Brian has first bag. He goes up and he's in. Eric's first bag is off to the right. It's in the red zone, but it's almost out of his lane and out of play. Brian goes in with his next bag. Eric goes in with his. Brian goes in with his third bag. Eric goes to the back of the board with his third bag. Brian goes in. Eric goes in. So it's a 12-on-8, giving Alyssa and Brian, they draw first blood. So the score right now is 4-0. Alyssa and Brian have control of the board. Alyssa's up with her first bag. Up and off to the left. She's just outside of the red zone. Anderson pushes her bag just a little bit closer to the hole. She goes up with her next bag and goes in. Anderson goes up. He sets up with a level one block. Half of that bag is in the hole. Alyssa goes up, cleaning it up, going in with it. Anderson goes in with his third bag. Alyssa goes off to the left just a little bit in Mason's lane, and it's an 8-8 wash. Here's Brian with his first bag. He's up and he's in. Eric with his first bag, and it's in. Brian's in with his second bag. Eric's in with his second bag. Brian's off to the left to the back of the board, and that bag's going to be out of play. Eric goes in with his next bag. Brian goes in with his last bag. Eric goes up and goes in. It's a 12 on 10, giving Eric and Mason Anderson 2 points. Now they have control of the board. Anderson first bag is a level one block setting just outside, just right on the edge of the red zone. Alyssa tries to go up behind it, but ends up going off to the right. Now Anderson goes off to the left. So he has one bag out of play. Alyssa has one bag out of play. Anderson drags his bag in and goes in with it. Alyssa goes up, and she's got a level one block sitting in the middle of the board. She has two bags. Anderson goes up for the block. Sets up behind Alyssa's bags. All right, Alyssa goes up, hits the board, goes off to the left, but her bag stays on. It's an 8 on 4, and she gives up 4 points. So now the score's 8-2. Whew. You're going to have to quit that. I'm going to go to sleep, baby. I'm telling you. Feels good. You must be a massage. I bet you'll. All right. Eric's in with his first bag. Eric goes up and rolls over Brian's bag, setting to the left in the red zone, setting up in the hole. Brian goes up on the slick side, throws that bag over to the left, to the right. Eric goes up with his next bag and goes in with a roll bag. Brian goes up trying to push his bag in and go in with it, but ends up taking Eric's bag and dragging one of Eric's in. Now it's a 12 on 8. Alyssa and Brian. Hey, thank you, brother. Thank you. Man. Now the score is 10-4. We have a lead change. There's Anderson up, and he goes to the left. It's still in his lane, but he's off to the left. Alyssa goes up. She sets up behind Anderson's bag. Anderson goes up the middle, pulling Alyssa's bag just a little bit closer to the hole. Oh, Alyssa goes off to the right and off of the board, trying to do a go-around. Anderson pushes his bag a little bit closer, but he has one of Alyssa's bags is in there too. Alyssa has two more bags. Oh, Alyssa goes up, hits it hard, but not hard enough to knock anything in. Now Eric is telling Anderson to push it. He pushes it. I think one of them goes in. I think it was her bag. I think it was Alyssa's bag. Alyssa just sets up on the board. Ends up being a 5 on 4. Alyssa and Brian get 1 point, so now they have control of the boards. Brian's first bag's in. Eric's first bag's in. Brian's next bag is in. Eric's next bag is in. Brian's next bag is off the back of the board. Eric's next bag is in, so this is a 9 on 6 right now. Brian's in with his last bag. Eric's in with his last bag, making it a 12 on 9, taking 3 more points, and now the score is 13-5, and Anderson and Eric have control of the board right now. Anderson's up and he's off to the right in Melissa's lane, but it's outside of her lane. Melissa's off to the left and off of the board. Anderson goes up and goes in. Alyssa goes up. She sets up with a level 1 block. Anderson tries to push it in and go in with it, but misses it. Alyssa has an opportunity now. She pushes that bag in with a replacement bag. Anderson goes up. Now Alyssa has a wall with this bag here. She puts it on the slick side. And she does good, and it's a 7 on 6. So they take 1 more point. So now the score is 13-6, favor Anderson. Brian's up with first bag and it's in. Eric's in with his first bag. Brian's in with his second bag. Eric's in with his second bag. Brian's in with his third bag. Eric's off to the left just a little bit, sitting over in Brian's lane, but it's up above the middle of the red zone. Brian does a whoopsie on his last bag, and Eric goes in with his last bag. So it's 10 on 9. Now the score is going to be 14-6, giving up control of the boards to Anderson, to Mason and Eric rather. Here's Mason's first bag. It's up and off to the left. It's out of play. Alyssa's first bag is in the hole. Anderson goes in with his next bag. Alyssa goes up and she's in with her second bag. Anderson's off to the left again. He's sitting on the edge of the red zone. Alyssa goes up and does a block behind Anderson's bag. Now Anderson goes up, hitting Alyssa's bag and going in. Now Alyssa has an opportunity to score here. Oh, and she does, and she drags both of those bags. What a shot. What a shot. Good shot. Way to go, Melissa. What a shot that young lady just made. Making it a 12 on 8, gaining 4 points. Now the score is 10-14. Brian and Alyssa have control of the board right now. Brian's up and in with that bag. Eric follows. Oh, Brian goes off to the left. He's sitting at the corner of the board on the left-hand side. Eric goes in with his next bag. So right now it's a 6 on 4. Brian goes up. His bag goes to the back. It's halfway in, he's sitting halfway past the red zone. He can pull this bag. And he don't pull it. He leaves it up on the board, pulling Eric's bag in. Eric goes up, knocking his bag in, and it's a 10 on 10. And we have a wash. Yes, that's Mason Anderson. Here we go. Alyssa has first bag. They have control of the board. She goes in. Anderson goes off to the left, and he's a little bit short, but he's sitting in his lane, and that bag can be pulled, but Alyssa goes up with a level one block. Anderson does a go behind, pushing Alyssa's bag in. Alyssa goes up, dragging Anderson's bag and going in with it. Anderson goes up. He goes to the left again. Now Alyssa's stepping out. She's going to try to go around these two bags and go in for a 12. Oh, when she goes behind them, she does a go behind and ends up behind Anderson's two bags. Now Anderson can pull one of these bags and he ends up missing. So it's a 10 on 5, giving up 5 points to Alyssa and Brian. And we have a lead change. Now the score is going to be 15-14, favored Goodwin and Brian. Brian's first bag. They have control of the boards right now. Brian's first bag's in. Eric's first bag's off to the left to the back of the board. That bag's out of play. Brian goes up. He sets to the left-hand side in his lane. And we have a whoopsie by Eric. Eric throws a whoopsie. Brian still has a bag sitting to the left, just outside of the red zone. He pushes it a little bit closer, but goes off to the left up against Eric's bag in the back. Eric goes up and in with his next bag, dragging one of Brian's bag. So Brian has a 7 on 4 right now. Brian goes up and he's in with a 10. Eric goes up and he's in with a 7. So it's 7 on 10, giving Alyssa and Brian 3 more points, making the score 18-14. And all right, so Alyssa has first bag. Here she goes. Her first bag is a whoopsie. Anderson's first bag is up and in the middle, setting in Alyssa's lane. Alyssa goes up, does a go behind, which is a good bag. Anderson goes up to go behind Alyssa's bag. Now Alyssa has to make a decision here if she wants to push or do a rollover. Oh, she goes up, sets up behind it. So let's see what Anderson's going to do here. Mason. Robert, this is Mason Anderson that's playing here tonight. Now He's made his decision. I think he's going to go airmail. No, he goes hard push, ends up going to the left of the bags. And now Alyssa, she has a choice to make here. She can put this bag on the board or she can go airmail. They only have a 4-point lead. But I think it went over the hole. I didn't see it. So now the score is 16. Anderson and Eric. Alyssa and Brian have 18. So the score is 18-16. But Anderson and Eric have control of the board. He throws his first bag in the center of the hole, setting up with a level 1 block. Brian goes up, dragging his bag, and sets up in the hole. And Eric goes up and drags his bag and Brian's bag with it. Brian's up and his bag slides past the hole to the back of the board. Eric goes in with his next bag. Now we have Brian here. He has to decide if he wants to do an airmail or just leave that bag and go in, and that's what he chooses to do. He left it. Eric has 12. Brian went up for the air. I thought he was going to go in for the airmail. He was going to go for the airmail, but ends up just putting his bag in, making it a 10 on 12, only giving up 2 points. Now the score is 18-18, and we've got a game, folks, here on board one. Anderson's off to the left with his first bag. He's on the red zone, but outside of it. Alyssa's up. She goes to the left behind Anderson's bag. Anderson's in with his next bag. Alyssa's up, and she's in with her next bag. So Anderson sets up. He goes up and hits Alyssa's bag and goes to the right, setting in the hole with a level 1 block. Alyssa tries to go to the left, to the right of it, and ends up missing it. Anderson goes up, trying to drag that bag, and he goes off the board. All she has to do is put this bag on the board, and it'll be a wash. Brian's telling her just to go in with it, and that's what she does. It's a 7-on-7 wash. Score still remains 18-18. Here's Eric's first bag. Eric's up and in. Now Brian and Alyssa, Brian's up and in. Eric's up and in. Brian's up and in. Eric's over to the left just a little bit, setting in Brian's lane with a level 1 block. Brian goes up and does a go behind, sets up behind Eric's bag. Eric steps out, does a roll shot, goes in. Brian steps out. Oh, Brian throws hard, goes off to the right of the back of the board, giving up a 5 spot, making it a 12-on-7. So Mason Anderson and Eric end up winning this game here. It was a close game. It was 18-18, and Brian missed that last shot. If he could have just put it in the hole, one bag in the hole, that would have given him 20 points. Only give up 2 points, but he ended up throwing the bag off and ended up losing. But anyway, it was a good game, super good game. Now we have Buddy Brewer and Penny Arant against Mason Anderson and Eric. All right, we're just waiting. Hey, Penny. How are you, Miss Penny? Yep. Buddy, you will be live. Come on, buddy. All right. We have Penny Arant and we have Buddy Brewer. And we got Mason Anderson and Eric. They're doing their down and backs right now. I'll tell you something. Better watch this young lady, Penny Arant, because I'm going to tell you right now, if she gets hot, somebody's in trouble. And Penny's calling for another down and back. Don't pay him no attention. Hey, keep your mind on the game. Don't worry about me. I'll calm it down a little bit. We love to have fun. The players are fun to pick with. They all good people. They all got a sense of humor, you know. You practicing that on your own bags. Well, that's good. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Now you know it, you can do it to yourself. This is the last down and back. We do not own the rights to this music. If you hear music in the background, we do not own the rights to none of this music. All right, we're getting ready to go. They're getting everything set up. They've got the scoreboard ready. They've had their down and backs, and now we're off with the game. Everybody's wishing each other good luck. Here we go. Eric's first bag is in. Penny's first bag. It rolls past the board, but it's set up behind it, and that bag could fall. Penny's in. She drug that bag just a little bit closer. Eric drags it on in. Penny goes off of the back of the board to the right. Eric goes off to the back of the board to the right. Penny goes in, and it's a 9-on-9 wash. So the score is 0-0. Scotty's calling for sit and goes. He got spots. Anderson's first bag is up and in. Brewer's first bag is in. Anderson goes off to the right. He's over in Buddy's lane, but he's out of play. Buddy goes in with his next bag. Anderson goes to the right and goes in with his next bag. Buddy's in with his third bag. Anderson's off to the right again. Buddy's up, and he sets up short. He falls a little short of the hole. So it's a 10-on-8, allowing Penny and Buddy to gain 2 points. All right, so here we go. Penny and Buddy have control of the board. Penny's up, and she's off to the right. She's in Eric's lane, but that bag's out of play. Eric goes up the middle and goes in. Penny goes up, coming off of her bag and going in. Eric throws his next bag, and it goes to the back of the board. Penny does a whoopsie. Eric goes in with his third bag. Penny goes in. She knocks his bag off the back of the board. Eric goes in with his next bag, and it's a 9-on-5, giving up 4 points. So now the score is Mason and Eric 4, Buddy and Penny 2. Mason's first bag is up and off to the left. It's setting on the red zone, but it's out of play. Buddy goes in. Anderson goes up and puts a bag in front of the hole. Buddy goes to the left, knocking Anderson's bag in. Anderson goes off to the right. Buddy goes up the middle and in. Anderson goes up and in. Buddy goes up and off to the left, and it's an 8-8 wash. Score still remains 4-2. Mason and Eric have control of the boards. Their first bag. Eric's up and in. Penny's up with a level 3 block. Anderson rolls over Penny's bag and kind of goes to the left, but that bag's still in play. Eric goes up with the next bag and goes in with a roll shot. Eric goes in with another roll shot, making it a 10-on-3 right now. Penny goes off to the right, goes off of the board, so it's 10-on-3. So now the score is 11-2. Anderson's up and in with his first bag. Buddy's in with his first bag. Anderson goes in front of the hole, setting it up. Buddy pushes Anderson's bag just a little bit closer to the hole, but he's set up behind it. Now here goes Buddy. He does a push bag and goes in with Anderson's bag. Anderson goes off to the left with his next bag. Buddy goes a little hard and goes to the right. It's an 8-on-7, giving them 1 point. So Penny and Buddy have control of the board now. And the score is 11-3, favor Anderson. And Penny does a level 1 block in front of Eric tries to do a little short roll, but ends up just stopping short of the hole. Now he goes up with a roll shot, going over his own bag. Penny pushes it in for him. Penny has a bag to the right, sitting just outside of the red zone. Penny goes up and goes to the left, and Eric goes up and goes up to the middle, so it's going to be a 12-on-6. So that brings the score to 17-3, favor Mason and Eric. Mason's first bag, it's up and in. Buddy's first bag is off to the left, but it's in Mason's lane. Mason goes up behind it. Buddy goes up behind Mason's bag. Mason goes up pushing his bag and Buddy's bag in. Buddy goes up pushing his own bag in and goes to the left. And now Eric Mason, his last bag. This is his last bag. He goes in. Here goes Buddy to wash it out. He does wash it out. It's a 10-10 wash. Score still remains 17-3, favor Mason and Eric. Eric has first bag. They have control. He goes in. Penny goes up, and she's sitting in front of the board, front of the hole. Eric drags Penny's bag in. Penny goes up, falls short. She's got a level 4 block. Eric tries to go over her bag and goes to the back of the board and sets up on the back of the board. That bag's out of play. Penny goes up, goes in. So right now it's 7-on-7. Eric goes up and goes in. So it's 10-on-7 right now. Penny goes up and goes to the back of the board, giving up 2 points, making the score 19-3, favor Mason and Eric. Here goes Eric's first bag. It's off to the left. Buddy's first bag is off to the right and to the back of the board. Mason throws his next bag to the left. Buddy follows Mason's bag. Mason follows Buddy's bag. Buddy goes up with an airmail and hits it. Mason goes up and hits a bag. Buddy goes up for the second airmail, and it's a 6-on-6 wash. So now we have Eric throwing against Penny. Go ahead. All right, Eric's first bag is in. Penny's first bag is off to the left, to the right, setting in Eric's lane. Eric goes around Penny's bag and goes in. Penny goes off of the back of the board. Eric goes in with his third bag. It's 9-on-1. Penny goes off of the back of the board again. Eric goes in. It's 12-on-1 right now. Penny goes in with her last bag, giving up 8 points. Yes, that's right. You was right, Matt Brown. Eric in the blue and Mason in the gray. But no, you're not right. It was Eric in the gray and Mason in the blue. Sorry about that. I got it wrong myself, Matt. I know both of them you had colors missed. So I was wrong the whole time. I'm calling I'm calling Eric Mason and I'm calling Mason Eric is what you're saying, and calling Eric Mason. So I had their names mixed up. Well, if they don't introduce themselves, I don't know everybody that comes down here, but I'll guarantee you right now, I'm not going to miss the score. So if you know them and I'm saying them wrong, let me know before the game ends, or you can let me know after the game. It don't matter. You'll know who the winner is. We got Craig Duncan and Keith Macon against Andrew Thier and Boyer Payne. Pan. There's Keith. All right. I think we're getting ready. I think they're getting ready to do their down and back. Got Greg Duncan and Keith Machin, or Mackin. And we got Andrew Thier and Bori Pan playing on the left hand side. All right, I think they're ready to start. Duncan and Pan's going to start down here on this end of the boards. They're going to spin the bag. It's on Pan to start. He has first bag. All right, here we go. Pan with his first bag is off to the right. He's setting in Duncan's lane on the, yeah, Duncan's lane. He's in with his second bag. Duncan's off to the left with his next bag. Pan's in with two bags. He has two in, one on. There's 7 on 2 right now. Pan throws up and goes for a level 1 block. It's 8 on 3. So right now, Andrew and Pan has 5 to Craig and Keith's 0. Andrew's up with his first bag. He throws a level 1 block in front of Keith. Andrew goes up with his next bag and it hangs in the back at the back of the board. It's hanging in the hole. Keith pushes one of Andrew's bags in. Now Keith goes up, knocking another one of Andrew's bags in. Keith still has a bag sitting in the hole. He can still score. He can get two bags in. It'll make it a 8-7. Oh, and he pushes Andrew's bag in, making it a 10 on 7. Now Andrew and Pan have 12 to Craig and Keith's 0. Pan's in with his first bag. Craig is off to the right. Pan's off to the left. Craig's in with his next bag. It's 4 on 4 right now. Pan's in. Greg's off to the right, rolls over his first bag. Pan goes off to the left. And it's a 8-8 wash. Craig throwed his last bag in the hole. Andrew has first bag. They have control of the board. Andrew's up. Bag goes off to the right, but it's setting halfway in the hole. It's in the red zone. He goes up, drawing that bag just a little bit closer. Now Keith throws a bag and hits the board, and Andrew's bag falls in. Now Andrew sets up in Keith's lane on the left-hand side. Keith goes up the middle, setting that bag up in the middle of the board. Andrew goes up and he goes to the left. Keith goes up and goes to the right. It's a 6 on 8, giving Andrew and Pan 2 more points, making the score 14-0. Pan's first bag is in. Duncan's first bag is off to the right. Pan's next bag's off to the left. Duncan's in. Pan's off to the left. Duncan's bounces off of Pan's bag and goes in. Pan goes up with a hard bag. Duncan goes to the right, making it an 8 on 8 wash, and the score remains 14-0. Andrew's first bag. It's up and in. Keith's first bag is in. Andrew's up and in. Keith is up with a level 1 block on the left-hand side. He's out of Andrew's lane. Keith goes up, goes to the right with his next bag, so he has 2 bags. One sitting in front in his lane in the hole. Andrew pushes up against that bag. Keith ends up going up and dragging his bag in, making it a 10-10 wash. Score still remains 14-0. Pan has control of the board. First bag, he goes off to the right. He's sitting in Duncan's lane. Duncan goes up and goes in. Board, Pan goes to the right. Duncan drags Pan's bag in. Right now it's 6 on 4. 7 on 5. Pan goes up and goes in. Duncan goes to the left and goes behind Boyer's bag, making it an 8-8 wash. Yes, Andrew's young kid in the blue. Two, 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 two. All right, Keith has 2 bags in. Andrew has 2 bags in. 3 bags in. Andrew throws his last bag, it goes in. Keith throws his last bag and goes in. So it's another 10 on 10 wash. Score still 0-14. All right, Pan has control of the boards. Here's his first bag. It's up with a level 1 block, set in the center of the hole. Duncan goes up and knocks his bag in with with Pan's bag. Pan goes off to the right, off the back of the board. Duncan goes in with his next bag. Pan sets up in front of the board, right in the hole. Duncan sets up behind Pan's bag. Pan goes off to the right. Duncan goes off to the right. So it's a 9 on 7, giving Craig and Keith 2 points. So now the score is 2-14. Greg and Keith, they have control of the board now. Keith goes off to the left. He's sitting in his lane to the left. Andrew goes in with his first bag. Keith goes up to the back of the board. He has 2 bags sitting in the red zone. He goes in with one, dragging the other one back at the back just a little bit closer in. Now he goes up with an airmail, goes to the right. Bag stays on the board. Andrew goes to the right. So it's 10 on 6, giving Andrew and Pan 4 more points, making the score now 18-2. Pan's first bag's in. Duncan's first bag's in. Pan's next bag's in. Duncan sets up with a level 1 block in Pan's lane. Pan goes up, bumping Duncan's bag just a little bit. Duncan goes up, pushing his bag on in, but goes to the left. Now, Pan blocks Duncan's bag. Duncan goes up for a push and ends up going to the left, and it's an 8 on 8 wash. All right, Andrew and Pan still have control of the boards. Andrew goes up and he goes high, and he's got a shark bag sitting on the front. Keith knocks it down, sets right just above him. Andrew goes up with an airmail and hits it. Keith goes up with an airmail and hits it. Andrew tries another airmail and goes off. Keith tries one and goes off. So they both have a bag off apiece. Andrew just missed the hole. It bounced out of the hole. Keith goes up and goes in, making it a 7-on-5, gaining 2 more points. So now the score is 18-4, favor Andrew and Pan, Craig and Keith. They're trying to work their way back. Craig's first bag's in. Pan sets up with a level 1 block just to the left of the hole just a little bit. It's in his lane. He goes up, dragging that one first bag closer and going in the hole with the bag that he threw. Duncan goes off to the left. Pan drags that bag in. Duncan's in with that bag, his last bag. Pan's in with his last bag, giving them 4 points, and that's the game. Andrew Thier and Boyer Pan. All right, we're waiting on our next match now. Let's thank our sponsors once again. We want to thank Hartzell's Garage Doors, Bust You Up Cornhole, Kelly's Bars and Grills, Bag Junkies, Headlights Are Us, Bridges Corp, Angie's Pressure Washing. Also want to give a shout out to Mickey Cook and Dingus Swim. They're down in South Carolina at Myrtle Beach. They're down there. They're playing at a restaurant down there. It's actually, I think it's a bar. They're playing a tournament down there. I forgot the name of the bar that he said they were going to be at. I was going to give them a shout out. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Good. So now we have Andrew and Pan playing against Alyssa Goodwin and Brian. We're waiting on 2 of the players. There comes Brian. He's coming out. They're doing their down and backs right now. All right, here we go. We're starting. Oh my God, there's my buddy back. Uh, what do you do for a living?
I babysit.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Alyssa's in with her first bag. Andrew was in with his first. Andrew goes in with his second bag. Alyssa's up, and she's off to the right just a little bit, but she's sitting in the red zone. The bag could be pulled in, but not now. Andrew throws up and goes up against her bag, blocking it. So now Alyssa goes around Andrew's bag and goes in with her next bag. Right now it's 7 on 7. Andrew goes up and goes in. Now Alyssa, here she goes. Goes up and goes to the left, just outside of the red zone. Stays on the board. It's an 8 on 10. Giving up 2 points to Andrew and Pan. Pan goes in with his first bag. Now here comes Brian. Brian's in with his first bag. Pan's in with his next bag. Brian's in with his next bag. Pan's up and off to the right, just outside of the red zone, in his lane. Brian steps out, goes up, and he goes to the back of the board, but it's in the red zone, but it's going to take a good airmail to drag that bag. He don't go for it, but he goes in, making it a 10 on 10 wash. Hey, you gonna put me to sleep. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. That feels good. So here we go. Andrew has first bag. He goes in. Alyssa goes to the front of the board and does a whoopsie. Andrew goes up, goes to the right. He's in Alyssa's lane. Alyssa goes around Andrew's bag, and it's setting in the hole on the back side. Andrew goes up against it, pushing up against it. Now Alyssa has to do, there she goes to the left just a little bit, but her bag's a little bit closer in. Andrew goes up the middle, sets up. If Alyssa just lays this bag up, and it's a 7 on 10. It's a 4 on 10. Alyssa giving up 6 points, making the score 8-0 in favor of Andrew and Pan. Pan's first bag is up and off to the left to the corner of the board on Brian's side. Brian's up and in with his first bag. Pan's up and goes to over the hole and goes to the back of the board. Brian goes up and goes in. Pan goes off to the left, and he's sandwiched between two bags on the back side of the board. Now Brian goes up and goes in with his third bag, making it a 9 on 3 right now. Pan goes in and goes, doing good. Brian goes in. It's a 12 on 6. Alyssa and Brian are 6-8 now. They've come back. They're in this game now. They finally got on the scoreboard. Now Alyssa and Brian have control of the board. Here's Alyssa's first bag. Up and to the right in her lane, sitting in front of the hole with a level 2 block. Andrew goes up the middle, sets up against Alyssa's bag. Alyssa goes up, pushing up against Andrew's bag. Andrew goes up and goes around that bag, goes in. Alyssa goes up, goes behind him. She's got a level 3 block. Andrew goes up, he hits the bag, goes off to the left, but he's in his lane. Alyssa goes up for the airmail and misses, but she still has 3 bags on the board. Andrew has Andrew has 1 in the hole and 2 on the board. It's a 5-on-3 right now. All right, so they trying to decide what they want Andrew to do here. Here he goes. Hey, brother. Andrew pushes 2 bags in and goes in with a bag, making it a 10-on-3, giving them 7 points. So now the score is 15-6. Favor Andrew and Pan. Pan's off to the left, just he's in Brian's lane, but Brian can go around this bag, and he does. He goes around it. Pan goes up. He drags that bag just a little bit closer that was on the left-hand side. Brian goes up and takes it with him, so right now it's 6-6. Pan goes up and goes in the middle. It's got a level 1 block sitting dead in front of the hole. Brian goes up and does an airmail and hits it. Pan goes up and does a push and goes in. He's got 12. Brian goes up and goes in. So we have a social. Score still remains 15-6. Andrew and Pan have control of the board now. Andrew's first bag is set up in the middle of the board with a level 1 block in the red zone. Alyssa goes up, sets up behind Andrew's bag. Andrew goes around that, hits his bag, goes around to the back side of the board. Hit half of the bag's in the hole. I'm sure this bag's going to fall. Alyssa goes up, pulling her bag closer into the hole. Now, Alyssa has a level 1 block on both sides of the hole. Andrew goes up. Alyssa's 2 bags fall. Andrew's got his own bag pressed up against the board. Alyssa throws a whoopsie. Andrew's going to try to decide what he wants to do here. If he wants to step out, try to pull them 2 bags in. So he's going to try to pull these 2 bags in. So he's going to step out. He's stepping out. He's going to try to pull these 2 bags. He gets one of them. But right now, Alyssa can still score. If Alyssa goes in with this bag here. Oh, she sets it up. It's 7-on-8. She only gives up 1. Making the score 16-6. All right. Pan has first bag. They got control of the board. Pan's first bag is in. Brian's first bag is set up on the right-hand side in front of Pan's lane, sitting in front of the hole. Brian goes up, goes to the left, and goes to the back of the board. Part of his bag is sitting on the red zone, but his part's out of the red zone. Here he goes with his next bag, his third bag. He drags his other bag in and goes in. Right now it's 7-on-5. Pan goes off to the right of the board and goes off, so it's 7-on-5 right now. You're looking at, and Brian takes Pan's bag in, making it a 7-on-10, gaining 3 points. So right now it's 9-16 favor of Andrew and Pan. But Alyssa and Brian have control of the board now. Alyssa's up and in with her first bag. Andrew's up and over to the right in Alyssa's lane, but it's almost past the center of the hole. Alyssa throws her next bag off to the left and off of the board. Andrew goes up, hoping to drag that bag, but ends up going to the right too far. Alyssa goes to the left just a little bit, trying to go around Andrew's bag. Andrew steps out just a hair. He goes in with his next bag, making it a 5-on-4. Alyssa's up and goes off to the right. Here's Andrew. Andrew goes in, making it an 8-on-5, making the score now 19-9. Favor of Andrew and Pan. They have control of the board now. Pan's up and in with his first bag. Brian's in with his first bag. Pan's off to the left in Brian's lane, sitting in front of the hole. Brian goes up, dragging Pan's bag with him. Pan goes up and goes off to the left, and that bag is going to be out of play. Brian goes up and goes in. So it's 9-on-7 right now. Pan goes up and he sets a block, a level 1 block up for Brian. Oh, Brian goes up. It's a 10-on-8. He gets 2 points. All right, Alyssa and Brian have control of the boards now. Alyssa's up and she's in with her first bag. Andrew's up and he's off to the right. That bag's out of play. Alyssa goes to the left. Stays on the board. Andrew goes in with his next bag. Alyssa's off to the left in Andrew's lane. The level 1 block. Andrew goes up, pushing Alyssa's bag just a little closer to in the hole. Alyssa goes up and goes to the right, setting her bag up against Andrew's bag. Now, Andrew has an opportunity here to take him out if he makes this shot. And it's 10-on-8, and he gets the 2 points they needed to win the match. All right, everybody, waiting on our next match to show up. Look like it's going to be Dewey Smith and John McDufford. They're on court 2. They're leading Landon Yao and Jeffrey Potts by 8. Now we have Lee Hagwood, David Gibson, Andrew Theory, and Bora Pan. Up next on court 1, just waiting on everybody to show up. All right, we got our next match, and this started out. They done their down and back. Lee with the bag in front of the hole. Andrew goes behind Lee's bag, then Lee throws behind Andrew's bag. Andrew throws off the back of the board to the right side. Lee's taking a timeout. He wants to see how his bags are set up right now. Andrew's got one off to the right. Lee's got one already in beside of Andrew's bag and behind his bag. So he has an opportunity here to push all three of these bags in, maybe four. Oh, he hits the back of the board, hits the back of his bag and bounces off the board. Now Andrew, he's got to decide what he wants to do here. He goes up and he goes off the back of the board, knocking one of Lee's bags in. Lee goes up for the airmail and misses. Andrew goes up, pushes one of Lee's bags in, sets his next bag up on the board. So right now it's a 6-on-4. It was a 7-on-6. It looks like Lee Hagwood and David Gibson, they got 1 point. David's up. He sets up with a level 2 block. Pan goes up and goes off to the right, goes behind. David throws his next bag off to the left, to the right. Pan goes in with his next bag. David's up, dragging his first bag in. Pan goes off to the right. He's just a little short. David's last bag is sitting in the hole. Pan goes up, knocking his bag in and going off of the back of the board. So they got a point. Lee's up. He's off to the left. He's sitting in Andrew's lane right at the hole. Andrew goes up, knocks Lee's bag in. Lee knocks Andrew's bag in, goes to the left. Andrew goes behind Lee's bag to the left. Lee's up and in with his next bag. Andrew's in. Lee's up and in with his last bag, making it a 10-on-8. Andrew giving up 2 more points. Now we have David Gibson and Pan throwing back down. David's first bag is sitting in the hole on the left-hand side. Pan throws his bag. He's got a level 1 block sitting in his lane. David pushes Pan's bag in. Pan goes up. His bag goes to the left, pushing David's bag a little closer to the hole. David goes in with 2 bags, leaving his back bag on the board. Pan throws up, goes to the right, goes off the back of the board. David goes up. He's pushed Pan's bag over to the left just a little bit. Pan had the opportunity to make it 1 point, but ends up giving up 3 because it's an 8-on-5. So now the score's 7-0, favor Lee Hagwood and David Gibson. They have control of the board. Here's Lee's first bag. It's up and in. Andrew's first bag. It's up and off to the right, off of the board. Lee's up and in with his second bag. Andrew's up and in with his second bag. Lee's up, and he's got a level 1 block sitting on the right-hand side in his lane. Andrew goes around it and goes in. Lee steps out. He drags that bag in and goes in with his bag. It's a 12-on-9, giving up 3 more points. So now the score's 10-0 favor Lee Hagwood and David Gibson. David and Lee still have control of the boards. David's first bag is short and it's to the left. Pan pushes David's bag over, giving David a wall. David pushes his next bag just a little bit closer. Pan sets up behind those two bags. Now David tries to go around those bags and goes off the back of the board. Pan goes in with his next bag. David tries a hard push and ends up doing a whoopsie. Pan throws his next bag off to the right. And it's on the board, but it's off to the right of the hole, making it a 6. Making it a 6-on-2, giving up 4 points. So now the score is 10-4, favor Lee Hagwood and David Gibson. Andrew's first bag's off to the right, and Lee's lane is hanging in just a little bit. Lee tries to go around that bag. Lee pushes that bag in. Andrew goes up and goes in. Lee goes in. Andrew goes in. Lee's off to the left just a little bit. And I think it made it a 10-10 wash. Yes, score still remains 10-4, favor Hagwood and Gibson. Pan and Andrew have control of the board. Pan's up and in with his first bag. Gibson's off to the right. Hit the corner of his bag's hanging in the red zone. Pan throws to the right beside Gibson's bag. Gibson throws over behind Pan's bag. Pan goes in with his next bag. David goes in with his next bag. Pan's in with his last bag. David's in with his last bag. So it makes it an 8-on-10, giving up 2 more points. Now the score is 6-10, but it's still favoring Lee Hagwood and David Gibson. Andrew has first bag. Andrew's first bag is in. Lee sets up with a level 1 block. Andrew goes up, pushing Lee's bag in, going off to the right of the board. He's sitting in Lee's lane, but I think it's out of play. Andrew goes in. Lee's goes in with his next bag. Andrew goes up and goes in. Lee goes up and hits the back of the board and hangs up. And it's a 10-10 wash. Here's Pan's first bag. Pan's off to the left, sitting in David's lane. David goes up. He sets up behind Pan's bag. Pan goes up, knocking his bag in, leaving David's bag, and goes off the back of the board. David goes off, misses his bag, goes to the right. Pan goes up, pushing David's bag in and going in. David goes up and goes in with his next bag. Pan's up and he's in with a 9. David's up and in with a 10. So David and Lee get control of the boards again, making the score 11-6, favor Lee Hagwood and David Gibson. Here's Lee's first bag. He's coming up with his first bag. His first bag is off to the left. It's in Andrew's lane, but it's setting Andrew drags it in with his bag. Lee's next bag is in. Andrew's in. Lee follows. Andrew's in. Lee follows. Lee's in with a 4. Andrew's in with a 4. And we have a social Here we go. Hagwood and Gibson, they still have control of the board. Gibson's first bag. First bag's up and a little short, but he's setting in the red zone. Pan pushes his bag up, blocking Gibson's bag. Then Gibson throws his next bag off. Pan throws up. He's beside his own bag for a level 2 block. David throws his next bag up and goes behind Pan's bag for a block. Pan tries to push the bags in and ends up going to the right, left, going off of the board. Gibson throws his bag up and just lets it slide to the right just a little bit. He leaving. Oh, and so they get 2. Andrew and Pan get 2 points. All right. Andrew's first bag scores 8-11. Favor Hagwood and Gibson. Andrew's in with his first bag. Lee's off to the left. His bag is out of play. Here goes Andrew. Andrew's next bag is off to the right. That bag's out of play. Lee goes up and goes in. It's a 4-4 right now. Andrew goes to the back of the board, bounces back over the hole to the back of the board. Lee goes up and goes in. Andrew goes in. Lee goes up and goes off to the left, hanging the bag up to the left-hand side. Ends up being an 8-on-8 wash. So here we go. David Gibson has first bag. No, Pan has first bag. I'm sorry. Pan's in with his first bag. David's over the back of the board with his first bag. Pan goes to the right. David sets his next bag up beside of Pan's bag. Pan sets up on top of David's bag. David hits the board. His bag drops in. Pan goes off to the right, off of the board. David goes up and goes in. So here we go. Lee Hagwood and David Gibson have control of the board. It's 12-on-8 right now. It's 13-on-8, favor Hagwood and Gibson. Hagwood and Gibson have control of the board. Lee Hagwood, his first bag is in. Andrew's off to the right. His bag's setting off, almost off of the board. It vibrates a little bit with Lee's bag hitting the board. His bag falls just a little bit closer to the edge. Andrew goes off with his next bag. Oh, and Lee had the opportunity to do it, to make some points this time, but right now it's going to be, oh, Andrew bounces back off of Lee's bag and bounces off to the edge of the board on the back side. Now he has two bags just sitting on the edge. One of them moved a little bit closer to the edge then. Andrew throws off of the back of the board. If I'm not mistaken, that was a 9-on-2, giving Lee Hagwood and David Gibson 20 to Andrew and Pan's 8. David's first bag is in. Pan goes off to the left in David's lane. David pushes up against Pan's bag, pushing it a little more out of play. Pan hits David's bag, drives it a little bit closer to the hole. Now David throws his bag to drag that bag and ends up railing off the side of the board. Pan goes behind that bag with a level 2 block. Now David goes up and goes trying to go around those two bags, ends up going to the end back of the board. Pan throws that next bag up, and I think it's a 1-2 wash. Hagwood and Gibson still have control of the board. Score still remains. Oh, they got 1 point. I'm sorry, folks. Scores 9-20 favor Hagwood and Gibson. Both bags, Hagwood goes in. Andrew went in with his first bag. Hagwood goes in with his second bag. Andrew's second bag goes over to the left of the board. Hagwood in with his third bag. Andrew's up and goes to the back of the board. His bag's hanging halfway in. So it's an 8-12. Giving Lee Hagwood and David Gibson the win. All right, we got a little break in the action right now. Dewey Smith and John McDufford, they're playing Jackson Gore and Baden Purser. The score right now is 10-11 on court number 2. If y'all hear some background noise, I got a couple of folks behind me talking, which is fine. You know, but I just letting y'all know where that background noise is coming from. All right, we got Vince Robertson, Tristan Dees, Lee Hagwood, and David Gibson. We got those two coming up. We're waiting on the other two players to get here. Vince is already down here, but he just hadn't stepped over to the board yet. All right, Vince.
All right, we gotta do it, man. We're gonna do it, man.
Let's go, baby. Want to thank Larry Tribune and his wife for all they do for Krave Cornhole down here. They are very participants in our tournaments, and they come and play. And they enjoy themselves. Josh, you leaving, man? Hey, be careful, man. Have a good night. Bye, Leanne. All right, I'll see you later. Saying bye to some folks that are leaving. Thank Leanne and Josh for coming down and playing. They played in the tournament tonight. They had a couple with them. One of them played, and the other one sat and watched her husband while he played. We having the down and backs right now between Lee and Vince. Want to thank everybody for coming out tonight and being a participant, and those that just come to watch. Want to thank you too, those on Facebook with me here tonight. We thank you for being a part of this tournament here tonight. Thank you for watching the games and hearing me commentate. I thank you very much for participating. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them. Would love to see more, but it'll grow as we go along. We're planning on doing some different things. Mickey has made a comment to me today about maybe starting to give some gifts out, and we don't know. I don't know exactly when he's going to start this plan that he has, but however, we're going to be giving back to those of you who watch and those of you that make comments. The more you comment, I think the better your chances are at winning a gift. We have a golf simulator in the back here now, and Mickey's getting ready to open it up and start it up. So that's going to allow more folks to come down and draw more folks, and possibility we could turn some of those golfers into cornhole players, and that would really be nice. But we'll just see how it goes as we grow here at Krave Cornhole. Want to thank everybody for being here tonight. How many players did we end up with tonight? Do you remember? Was it 60? I thought it was more than 60. It might have been. I don't know. Go ask Scotty how many we had. I'm trying to get a idea of how many players we had here tonight. We're down to some final matches. We're coming down as we go along. We're growing. We are growing. We thank everybody that has come out and helped us to grow and been here while we are growing.
70 total.
We had 70 players here tonight. 35 teams. So folks, you can imagine if we can hold 35, we could probably hold 35 more. I mean, we have a nice facility down here. It's cool. You ain't got to worry about being too hot. We got one of them, what they call big ass fans here set up. So if it gets too hot, we can turn that big ass fan on. And we can have you cool down in just a little bit. I think they've started now. Gibson's in. Tristan Dees has 3 bags in. Gibson has 2 bags in and 1 on. Tristan Dees is down the middle with another bag. Hey, good night, Andrew. Have a good one, brother. Appreciate you, man. Tristan Dees up and in, making it a 12 on 10, taking 2 points. Lee Hagwood and David Gibson got 3 on their first throw. Vince Robinson and Tristan Dees has 2. Here's my lover right here, my darling. Hey, baby, how are you? Lee, you leaving? Good night. Y'all be careful going home. Tell Lee I said I appreciate him, and good night. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. Have to say goodbye to Diane. She is a wonderful person. That's Diane Edwards, Lee Edwards' wife. Vince Robinson is off the board to the left. Lee Hagwood has a bag set up behind Vince's bag. Vince has one sitting in the hole. Lee has an opportunity to score here. Vince has 2 bags off, I think. Lee has 2 bags on. Oh, Lee pushes all of his bags up closer, so it's 3 on 3 right now. Vince's last bag. This is up to Vince right here. Tristan is telling Vince to push all three of them up. Oh, and Vince throws a whoopsie. Oh, and Lee knocks two bags in, making it an 8-on-3, taking 5 points away from Vince and Tristan. So now the score is going to be 8-2, favor Hagwood and Gibson. Gibson's first bag is up and in. Dee's first bag is up and in. David's first bag's off to the right, and it's out of play. Tristan D goes up the middle, sets up a level 1 block. Gibson goes up, pushes Tristan's bag in, going in with it. Tristan goes in with his next bag. Gibson goes off to the left, leaving the hole open for Tristan D's to do 12-on-8, making 4 points. Now the score is 6-8, but it's still in favor of Hagwood and Gibson. Robinson and D's has control of the boards right now. Robinson's up for his first bag. His first bag is up and off to the left, but he can drag this bag in. Lee goes up the middle and goes in, not even touching. Robinson throws his next bag, sets up a level 1 block behind that bag. Hagwood goes up with a side-by-side. Robinson goes up and pushes his bag closer to the hole, along with pushing Hagwood's bag to the back of the board, but it's in the center. It's sitting on the edge. Robinson steps out. He pushes them hard, and nothing moves. Hagwood goes up, putting his bag on the board, making it a 6-on-4, getting 2 more points. Now the score is 10-6, favor Hagwood and Gibson. Gibson's first bag is off to the right just a little bit. It's sitting on the edge of the red zone. Tristan throws his first bag up the middle, setting up a level 1 block. Gibson throws his next bag and rails it off the side. Dees throws his next bag, and it goes in, dragging his first bag, leaving Gibson's bag to the right. Gibson throws his next bag to the right, setting up behind his own bag. Tristan hits his bag and goes in. And Gibson does a whoopsie. And Dees throws his next bag in, making it a 10 spot, making the score now 16-10, favor Robinson and Dees. Robinson's up with his first bag. Throws his first bag in. Here's Hagwood. Hagwood goes off to the right. That bag's out of play. Robertson goes in with that bag. Lee throws his next bag, and it goes to the back of the board. It's still hanging in the hole. Lee goes in with that bag. Robinson goes up, going to the right. Going to the left. Lee goes up, and it's a 4 points. It's a 10-on-6, giving Dees and Robertson 20-10. They have come back, and they have scored 14 points off of 2 throws. Dees is up with his first bag, setting a level 1 block in the middle of the hole. David goes up and goes off to the right just a little bit. Dees is up the middle and in. David's up the middle and in. David has a bag setting off. Tristan throws over to the left-hand side, blocking the hole on David's side, Gibson's side. Then Gibson knocks Dees bags in. Dees goes in with a roll shot. It's a 10-on-12, giving up 2 points, and that's the game. All right. Are you having a good time out there with us tonight? I hope you are. I hope you've enjoyed the games that we've had put on the internet tonight for you guys. Hope you guys have had a good 4th of July weekend and everybody made it through it safe and everybody's well and in good health. We want to let's thank our sponsors one more time. We'll give a shout out to old Mickey Cook and old Dingus Swim, who's down in South Carolina. They working playing cornhole. So we hoping the best for them, hoping everything turns out good for them. Hope they have a safe trip down there and back while they down there working. Want to thank Scotty Gore and his wife for coming out tonight. Scotty is our director here at Krave Cornhole. He's been a tremendous blessing to this program. We have enjoyed him being our director. He has made all of these tournaments fun, and we've enjoyed them. Enjoyed his sons for coming down, and his daughter, she comes down and helps. She even plays sometimes, but Jacob and Jackson Gore, our ACL Pro twin terrors, we want to thank them for coming out. We want to thank Travis Purser for coming out tonight, ACL Pro. Also, want to thank all of our players for coming out tonight and participating. We got some that has come from out of town. We have some that are in town. But we appreciate them and we thank them for coming and being a part of this program. Man, I tell you what, we just love it down here at Krave Cornhole. Oh, anyway, while I'm back, let me get back to it. Want to thank all of our sponsors here tonight. We want to thank Hartzell's Garage Doors and Company, Bust You Up Cornhole, Kelly's Bars and Grills, Bag Junkies, Headlights Are Us, Home of Krave Cornhole, Bridges Corp, and Angie's Pressure Washing. I want to thank all of these folks again tonight for being participants at Krave Cornhole and sponsoring this venue down here in Concord, North Carolina. We're located at 120 Church Street, Northeast, here in Concord, North Carolina. If you ever want to come down and visit us, feel welcome. If you don't feel welcome, we'll make you welcome when you get here. Come on anyway. Have some fun. Throw some bags. Win some money. We got a lot of good folks down here. There's some that'll bring food in and share with you. All right. We got our next game going now. Vince Robinson's in. Mason throwed his first bag off to the right. He's got two bags to the back of the board. He throws his last bag off. Vince throws his bag off. I think that was just a down and back. I think they're gonna start down here on this end. There's my friend Travis Purser, ACL Pro. Tristan D's first bag hits off to the left to the back of the board. It's out of play. Mason's first bag was in. His second bag was in. D's his third bag is in. Mason's next bag's in. D's is in for a 10. And Mason goes in for a 12. making it 2-0 favor Anderson and Eric. So here we go. Eric's in with his first bag. Robinson's off to the right. That bag's out of play. Eric goes in with his next bag. Robinson goes off the back of the board with his next bag. Eric goes in with his third bag. He's got 9 on. He's got a 10 on 5. So Robinson ends up giving up 5 points. So that makes the score 7-0. Favor Mason and Eric. Now here goes Mason with his first bag. It's setting with he's got a level 1 block setting in front of the hole. Dees goes up, replaces that bag. Mason throws his next bag off to the left just a little bit. Dees is up and in, dragging his first bag in. Mason's up with his next bag. It goes in. Dees is in with his third bag. Mason's in with his fourth bag, making it a 10 for him. Dees throws and gets a 12. So it's a 10 on 12, giving 2 points to Robertson and Dees. Robinson has first bag. They have control of the board right now. Robinson's up, goes off to the right. Eric goes off to the left. Eric's in. Robinson throwed his second bag in. His third bag goes in. Eric goes up. He's sitting in Robinson's lane to the left. Robinson goes around it. Now Eric has to take 2 of these bags in, and he does. What a shot. Good shot. That was beautiful. The beautiful drag shot. So that was a 10-10 wash. Nothing hurt. Here's Dees. He has first bag. He throws short. He's got a level 2 block. Mason goes to the left, but his bag's sitting in the hole. Dees drags Mason's bag out, but he goes off the back of the board. Mason rolls his next bag over Dees' bag. D goes up. He knocks one bag in and goes off the back of the board with his other bag. Gibson's in with his next bag. Anderson. Dees is in with his last bag. Anderson's off to the left with his next bag. But I think it was I think they give up some points. Yes, they give up 2 points. So now the score's 9-2. Favor Mason Anderson and Eric. Eric's in with his first bag. Robinson's in with his first. Eric goes to the back of the board to the left past the hole. Robinson goes to the left. Eric goes in with his next bag. Robinson goes to the left again. Eric's up and in with his last bag. That's a 10. Robinson goes up and he stops short, making it a 10 on 6, giving up 4 more points. Now the score is 13-2. Favor Mason Anderson and Eric. Here goes Mason with his first bag. He's kind of short. It's to the left, but it's a level 1 block. Dees sets up, goes. Anderson pushes Dees bag in. Dees goes to the left of Anderson's bag, holding Anderson's bag down to the left, setting up a level 2 block. Anderson makes a beautiful shot, goes and does a side-by-side. Now Dees has got a bag in front of Anderson's bag. Okay, Dees goes in, dragging Anderson's bag and his bag. Oh, Anderson tries to throw a block and goes off to the left just a little bit. Dees has an opportunity for 12 on 8, getting 4 points, making the score now 6-13. Dees and Robertson has control of the board right now. Here we go. Robinson's first bag is in. Eric's first bag's off to the left and out of play. Robinson goes in with his next bag. Eric goes in with his second bag. Robinson goes to the right of the hole. David sets up behind him. Robinson drags that bag and goes in with a bag. Oh, and it's a 10 on 8, giving up 2 more points, making the score 8-13 now. So here we go. Here we go, 8-13. Still favor of Anderson and Eric. These first bag is off to the left, just sitting in Anderson's lane. Anderson goes up, does a side-by-side. Now they each have a bag sitting in front of the hole. Dees goes up, pushes Anderson's bag in and goes to the left. He's tied up against his other bag. Anderson goes for a block, ends up going off to the right just a little bit. Dees goes up. He pushes the bags up. He's clogged the hole up. Anderson just throwing up, doing a level 1 block. I mean a level 2 block. He's set up behind all of these bags. Now, most of them these bags are clogged. Dees going to have to make a hard shot, a hard push, or just set it up on the board and just give up 2 points. If he tries to push these bags and goes off, I mean, Anderson has bags sitting in the hole also. I mean, they there. I mean, there's no way that they won't fall. If these bags falls, Anderson's bags are going to fall with them. Unless he does a hard push and pushes Anderson's bags to the back of the board or off the board. If he does an N1, I mean not an N1, but a hard push. All right, here he goes. Slick side, throwing on the slick side. He's got the slick side. He's going to push. Oh, and he pushes. He knocks Tua Anderson's bags in, leaving 2 of his bags on the board. That means it's 6 on 7 right now. I wish we could do a close-up shot of this. You'd have to see this. I hope you can see what's going on here. He just throws it on the board, sets it up, taking the 2 points and going on. That was a smart thing to do, because these two bags were sitting in the hole, making the score now 15-8, giving them just a little bit more of a lead. Here we go. First bag of Eric's goes off to the back of the board to the left. Vince goes to the left of the hole. Eric goes to the left again. Vince goes up and goes in. Eric's up and pushes his other bag up. Vince tries to go around that bag and ends up going too far to the right. Oh! David tries for a hard push and ends up going to the left. It's a 6 on 2, giving up 4, making it 12-15 now. So here we go. Tristan Dees has first bag. The score right now is 12-15, favor Anderson and Eric. Dees' his first bag's off to the left in Anderson's lane. Anderson goes up, does a side-by-side. Dees goes up for a push, pushes his bag back to the back of the board, but it's hung up. Oh, and Anderson just pushes the bags up. Oh, we've got a clogged up hole right now. We're just waiting on somebody to take a chance on an airmail and drive these bags in. These goes up. Those bags vibrate just a little bit. Let's see what Anderson does. He goes up. And I think, oh no! Two bags fall of Anderson's, leaving three of these is on the board, and it's a 8-6 wash. I mean, a 8-6, giving Anderson and Eric 2 more points, making it 17-12 now. Ooh. Eric's first bag goes off to the left, to the back of the board. Robinson's goes up to the left. All right, Robinson does a whoopsie. So right now it's 6-1. Robinson has to make this bag. If he just sets it up on the board, it's going to give them 4 points. Oh, he misses 6-1, giving up 5. That means game time. Game's over. So Mason Anderson and Eric win that game, putting Vince Robinson and Tristan Dees out of the tournament. So next, so now we have Eric, Mason, and Eric up against Jackson Gore and Baden Purser. Now, Baden Purser, that's Travis Purser's son, which Travis is an ACL pro. Baden's an upcoming ACL pro. There's Jeffrey Plott sitting on the other side of me over there. All right, they've done their down and backs. Here we go. We starting this last few games out here. There's Eric with his first bag. It's off to the right in the red zone. Purser's up and to the back of the board, but his bag is hanging off in the hole, so it's a possibility he can drag this bag. He throws his next bag in. David pushes that bag out of play, so makes Purser. He's not going to be able to get this bag. Then he goes in with his last bag. It's 8-7 right now. It's 10-8. Giving Jack Jackson and Baden, 2 points. Jackson's up and in with his first bag. Goes Mason. Mason's up with a level 1 block. Jack goes up, pushing Mason's bag in, going off to the left just a little bit, but he's in the red zone. That bag is still playable. Mason goes up and blocks that bag. Jack goes up and goes around that bag and goes in. Mason goes up and goes to the right just a little bit, leaving Jack's bag. Jack goes up and he piles it up. They're piled up now, so I mean, Mason goes and he throws his next bag up. I think it's an 8-on-6. Yeah, 8-on-6. So Jackson and Baden have 4 to Anderson and Eric's 0. Purser's first bag. He's up and in. Eric's bag goes off to the left. Purser goes off to the left. Eric's next bag's in. Purser's next bag's in. Eric's next bag is up, and he sets up behind Purser's bag with a level 1 block. Purser tries to go around that bag and ends up going beside of it, giving Eric a wall. Oh, when he tries to go between them bags, he didn't throw it quite hard enough. So it's 2 more points for Jackson. Well, no, they didn't get no points. The score was a wash. Jackson's in with his first bag. Anderson throws a block, a level 1 block. Jack goes around it. He's sitting in Anderson's lane. Anderson goes up, hits his bag, goes off to the left. Jack goes up for a roll shot, goes to the back of the board, but his bag's still sitting in the hole. Anderson goes to the left. All right, they all giving him advice, giving Jackson advice. See what he does here. Oh, he hits his bag, knocking it in. Now Anderson, he has to have 2 bags in, and he gets them. He gets 2 bags in, making it an 8-on-7, so they get 1 point. Mason and Eric, it's 1. Jackson and Baden is 6. So 6-1. Eric's in with his first bag. Purser goes off to the left. Then we got a whoopsie from Eric. Purser goes in with his next bag. Eric goes in with his second bag. Purser goes up. He's got a level 1 block sitting right in the middle of the hole. Eric goes off to the left. Purser goes up, knocking that bag in, making it a 7-on-6. 7-on-8, giving up 1 point. Jackson's off to the left just a little bit. He's outside of the red zone, setting to the left, just in his lane. Mason goes in. Jack goes up, goes in with his next bag. Anderson goes up and goes in with his next bag. Jack's in with his next bag. Mason's off and pushes off to the left just a little bit, and that bag's out of play. Now, I don't know if Jack's he tried to drag that bag and miss. Anderson's up the middle, making it a 10-10 wash. right, so here we go. Purser's up and sits in front of the hole with a level one block. Eric pushes up beside a Purser's bag. They both sitting at a level one block. Purser does a replacement for it with his bag. Then Anderson goes up, pushing up against his bag, pushing Purser's bag a little bit closer in. Oh, Anderson goes in. Jack's telling his partner what to do. He does a whoopsie. Oh, and it's an 8-on-7. They gain one more point. So right now it's Jackson Gore and Baden Purser 7, Mason Anderson and Eric 2. It's 2-7. Here we go. Mason's in with his first bag. Jack's up and he sets up to the left of the hole. Mason drags the Jack's bag in with his. Jack goes in with his next bag. Mason's up and in with that bag. It's 9-on-7 right now. Mason goes in with his last bag, making it a 12. Jack goes off to the left, giving up 4 points. Now the score is 7 Jackson Gore and Baden Purser to 6 Mason Anderson and Eric. Eric has first bag. Eric's first bag is in. Purser's first bag is short, leaving a level 3 block. Eric throws up, goes beside a Mason. Purser's bag. Purser rolls past his bag. And Eric tried to do a drag, and ends up going off the back of the board. Purser goes up and goes around Eric's bag and goes in. It's 5-on-4 right now. No, it's 5-on-5. Oh, and Purser throws. He just about done a whoopsie. He just about threw that bag too short. Jackson Gore with the first bag. It goes in. Mason Anderson. His first bag is off to the left. It's in the red zone in Jack's lane over there. Let's see what Mason does here. He goes up and goes over Jack's bag. He does a roll shot over Jackson's bag. Jackson goes up with a good push, takes 2 bags in. Anderson goes in with his next bag also. Jack goes off the back of the board. Anderson goes up trying to drag that bag, ends up going in, getting 1 point. So now the score is 7-8. Still favor of Jackson Gore and Baden Purser, but Anderson and Eric are coming back. Oh, Eric's off to the right. Purser's off to the, he's in his lane to the right in front of the hole. Eric pushes Baden's Purser's bag up closer. Eric goes up and he goes to the left. Purser's got 1 bag in, 2 bags setting to the 1 bag sitting in front of the hole. Oh, Purser goes up. He drags one of Eric's bag and goes in himself. Eric goes up, almost pushes the bag off the back of the board. Purser goes up and goes in, dragging his other bag. It's 12-on-6, making it 14-7 now. Jackson Gore's first bag. It's in the hole, setting in the hole on the right side in Anderson's lane. Anderson goes up, dragging Gore's bag. Gore goes up. He sits up with the level one block in the center of the board. Anderson goes in, dragging Jackson's bag with him. Jack goes up and goes off to the left just a little bit. Anderson goes in with his next bag. Jack goes up, hits his bag and goes in. Anderson goes up, making it 12 on 10, taking 2 more points, making the score now 9-14. All right, here we go. We have Eric and Baden Purser throwing back down. Eric's in with his first bag. Purser sets up a level 2 block. Eric pushes Purser's back closer to the hole. He sets up behind it. He does a go behind. Purser throws a level 3 block. Eric goes up, knocking Purser's bag in, but he leaves his bag sitting in front of the hole. Purser goes up to set up behind it and ends up going to the left. Now Eric goes in. Purser has to go in. Oh, so he just gives up 2 points, throws the bag on the board, giving up 2 points, which might have been not a bad thing. It would have been a 10 on 8 if he would have knocked it in, but if he would have knocked it in and not went in, it would have been a 10 on 6. So now the score's 11-14, favor Jackson Gore and Baden Purser. Mason Anderson had first bag. He goes in. Jack goes off to the right. That's out of his lane. It's in Mason's lane. Mason goes up. He's got 3 bags in. Jack's got 2. Mason goes up and he goes off the back of the board. Now Jackson can get a point here. Oh, and he does. Jackson got 1 point, making it 15-11, favor Jackson Gore and Baden Purser. Baden's up first. They have control right now. Baden's up and he's short. He's to the right. He's in his lane. Eric pushes beside of Baden's bag to the left. Baden drags that bag just a little bit closer. Now Eric throws a block. Oh, when Baden does a roll shot and goes in, still leaving 2 bags up. Oh, Eric goes up, pushes his bag in and Baden's bag. Now he can go in and just give up 2. So it's a 12 on 2, giving up 2 more. Score 17-11 now. Still favoring Jackson Gore and Baden Purser. Jackson's up. He sets up with a level 1 block on the right-hand side. Anderson goes to the left. Jack sets up behind Anderson's bag. Anderson tries to roll that bag. Jack does a hard push, goes off to the right of the board. Mason goes in with the bag. Jack goes in, pushes one in, and goes off the back of the board. It's 7 on 5, right? 5 on 4 right now. Oh, and he does an N1, knocking Jackson's Gore off, giving him 5 points. So that means the score right now is 16-17, but it's still in favor of Jackson Gore and Baden Purser. But Anderson and Eric have control of the board right now with just 1 point behind. Oh, and Eric throws his first bag off to the right. That bag's out of play. Baden goes in with his first bag. Eric throws his next bag to the right. It's set up in Baden's lane. Baden goes up, set up behind Eric's bag. Eric throws his next bag off the side of the board. He sides rail that bag. Now Baden takes a timeout. He's coming down to talk to his partner. All right, we'll see what's going to happen here. They just need 4 points to win this game. And it's possible they can get it here with Eric throwing that bag off of the board. Oh, and Purser goes up, pushing his bag, and Anderson goes off the back of the board. If he gets this bag in, and it's a 10-on-4, and it gives them 6, and that's the game. So Purser and Gore take this one down, so they still in it for the next round. So let's see what happens. What did I do wrong? What do I need to do here? Hey, will you tell Colby I need him over here? I went up there to the corner and refreshed it like I normally do, but I still couldn't get it to come up down here.
Has this been up the whole time?
Yeah, it's been up the whole time. I hadn't.
Haven't been able to see the score all night then.
Well, I've been telling them. Okay, I done that. I hit the score zone. I don't know how to change none of that stuff. If y'all don't put it up there and fix it while you here, I don't know enough about it. I need to come down here and me and you just sit here and you show me and teach me how to go through that stuff.
All right, there you go.
Okay, good deal. Thank you, buddy. All righty. I'm sorry, folks. We had a little bit of technical difficulty there. Kind of like got us away from the game. So now all right, so here we go. Justin Brandon and Dang Vang, they have 3 points. Jackson Gordon, Baden Purser 0. Dang Vang does a whoopsie on his first bag. Purser in with his first bag. Vang's in with his next bag. Purser's up the middle. He sets up a level 2 block. Vang tries to go behind it, ends up going to the right of it toward the back of the board on the slick side. Purser pushes that bag up and goes in with it. Vang goes off to the right with that bag. Purser goes in for a 12-on-5, giving Jackson Gore and Baden Purser 7 points. All right, here we go. Jackson Gore has first bag. Jackson's up and he's in. Justin's in. Jack sets up in the middle of the board with a level 2 block. It's kind of to the left, not quite in the middle. Justin pushes up beside of it, does a side-by-side pushing Jack's bag to the left just a little bit. Jackson pushes that bag on in, leaving Justin's bag sitting there. Justin goes in, dragging that bag. So it's 9 on 7 right now. Jackson goes up. He nicks that bag, but he didn't get enough of it to drag it. Oh. So Justin just throws that bag on the board for a wash. So here we go. Baden Purser has first bag. Baden's up. He goes to the left. He's in Dang Bang's lane. Dang Bang goes up, dragging Purser's bag and his bag in. Purser goes up and goes off to the right just a little bit. Dang Bang bullies Purser's bags over to the right just a little bit. Sets up in the middle of the hole. Purser goes to the right beside his second bag. Oh, when Dang Bang goes off of the back of the board. Purser goes up for a block. He ends up going to the right behind his other bag. Now Dang Bang can go in for some points here. Let's see what he does. He goes in for 3, making the score 6-7 now. And they have control of the board. Justin, Brandon, and Dang Bang, they controlling the board right now. Justin's in with his first bag. Jackson's up. He sets up for a level 2 block, a diamond block. Justin goes up and hits it and goes in. Jack sets up. Now Jack can go drag all of these bags in. He goes off to the right. Justin goes in with his last bag, making it a 10 on 10, and it's a 10-10 wash. All right, Dang Bang's up with his first bag. They have control of the board right now. Dang's up and in. Brandon's off to the left. He's in Dang Bang's lane. Dang Bang goes up on the fast side. His bag flips on the stick side, and it's setting in right at the edge of the hole, just past the red zone. Now he goes up and drags that bag with a go-around bag, which is a beautiful shot. Brandon Baden drags his bag in, so they both have a 9. Bang's in, 4-bagger. Baden's in for a 4-bagger, and we have a social. We in round 7. The score right now is 6-7, favor Gore and Purser. Brandon's in with his first bag. Jack's in with his first bag. Brandon's in with his next bag. Gore sets up a level 2 block. Justin drags it in. It's 9 on 6 right now. Jack goes off to the left. Brandon goes in with that bag. Jackson goes up and goes in. It's a 10 on 12. We have a lead change. Now the score is 8-7, favor Justin, Brandon, and Dang Bang. Dang Bang has first bag. He's up and in. Purser's off to the right, still in his lane. That bag's playable. Bang's up, and he's in with his second bag. Oh, Purser does a whoopsie. Bang goes up and goes to the back of the board. He's still on the board. Baden rolls one bag, dragging the other bag closer to the hole. Bang needs to be in here, and he is. He makes the shot. Purser makes the shot, giving up 3 points. Now the score's 11-7, favor Justin Brandon and Dang Bang. All right. Justin has first bag. He's up and he's bounces over the hole, but it's halfway in. Jackson throws a level 2 block, setting in his lane. Justin steps out. He throws the bag and he goes over the hole, setting up to the back of the hole with his bag. Now Jack pushes his bag in and goes up with a replacement bag. Oh, and we have Brandon doing a whoopsie. Jack goes up, pushing that bag closer. So that's a 3-on-5 right now. If Jackson takes all of these bags in, that's going to be a 9 point. That's going to be 9 points. Oh, and he does. Oh, my God. What a shot. Jackson Gore just made a shot, gaining 9 points. So right now the score is 16 to 11. Boy, they jumped ahead real quick right there, but Jackson made a beautiful shot. Here goes Purser, his first bag. He sets up a level 1 block, diamond block. Bang stepping out. Bang goes up. He just does miss that bag, but it's sitting at the back of the board on the slick side. Baden goes up, pushing, doing a side-by-side. He's got the whole front of the hole blocked right now. Bang goes up and goes to the right and goes in with Baden's bag. Baden goes up. He pulls that bag just a little bit closer. Vane goes up and goes around it and goes in, but he pulls Purser's bag a little closer to the hole. Now here goes Purser with his last bag. He drags that bag for a 12. Bang has to have a 10 to minimize the points here. He goes up and in for a 10. It's a 10 on 12, giving up 2, making the score 18 to 11, favor Jackson Gore and Baden Purser. Jackson's in with his first bag. Justin Brandon is in with his first. Jack's in with his second. Brandon's in with his second. Jack goes up, setting up a level 1 block in front of the hole. Now, Brandon goes up. Jack drags all the bags in, cleaning it up. And Brandon goes in with his last bag, making it a social. We have a Krave Cornhole social. Baden's first bag, he falls short. That's a level 3 block. It's sitting in his lane to the right of the hole, though. He can step out and drag this bag. Bangs in with his first bag. Baden tries to knock that bag just a little bit closer. He got it a little closer, but his bag flipped over on the slick side. Here he goes. He's going to try to push this bag on up in. And he does. He gets it closer and he drags one in with a replacement and with a level 1 block, and that's a diamond block. But it's awful close to the hole, and it's on the slick side too. Bang goes, pushes that bag in and goes to the back side of the board. but he's on the slick side. It's possible. And Baden throws his next bag, and it's a whoopsie. A bang, all he has to do is go in, and it's a 7-7 wash. Baden had the opportunity to score, and Jack's up. His first bag, he's got a level 2 block sitting in the middle of the board. Brandon pushes it up closer to the hole. Jack tries a go around. Brandon steps out just a little bit. He goes up. He goes to the back side of the board. That bag's going to go in. Jackson goes up, lands on top of Brandon's bag, and Jack has a bag in front of it. All right. I don't know what they said to each other, but Brandon and Dang Bang had a little conversation there. They took a timeout. He goes up, knocking Jack's bag off the back of the board. Now Jack has to make a decision here. What's he going to do? All right, he sees what he's going to do. I think he's going to do a hard push. If he steps out, slick side. No, he's still on the sticky side. He's going to do a roll. Oh, he does an airmail. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. He's staying straight. He's not moving out. He's on the he's just laying the bag up. It's a 6-on-5, giving him 1 point. Now the score's 12-18, favor of Jackson Gore and Baden Purser. Now here's Dang Bang. He has control of the board now. Throws his first bag up, and he has a level 3 block, almost a level 4. Oh, when Baden throws his first bag, does a whoopsie. Dang Bang goes up and over and goes in. Baden goes up, hitting beside a Dang Bang's first bag that he threw. And he's sitting dead in the center of the board. Dang Bang goes up with an airmail and hits it. So right now it's a 7-on-1. All right. Jack told him to push it up, and he does, but one of his bags goes off kind of to the right. So now Dang Bang has to make a decision here. So they're going to throw a block. They're going to make Baden shoot this airmail. So here he goes. Let's see how he does. He goes up with a level 1, with a level 2 block, and he sets up right behind Baden's bag that he had sitting in the hole. Now Baden has to, he's going to push this bag, I'm pretty sure. He's going to try to go in. He's going to try to roll this bag, or he's going to shoot it airmail. He shoots at airmail, making it 7 on 8, only giving up 1 point. What a shot! That was a good shot. Now the score is 18-13, still in favor of Jackson and Purser. Brandon's first bag was in. Jackson throws a level 3 block sitting in the middle of the board. Brandon steps out. He does a side-by-side, pushing Jackson's bag just a little bit to the left. Jackson throws up behind his bag. Now Brandon has to make a decision here. He throws he throws a bag off the side of the board. Here comes Jack. Jack does a hard push, ends up spinning the bags around, setting on top of Brandon's bag. Brandon goes up. He throws up. He goes to the left, so he's setting to the left. Right now it's a 5-on-2. Jackson knocks 2 of his bag in, so it's a 6-on-5. They got 1 point, making the score 19-13. And Jackson Gore and Baden Purser take over charge. They're in control of the boards right now. They only need 2 points. Justin Brandon and Dane Vane need 8. Purser with first bag. Purser goes up and he's in. Dane Vane's up and in. Purser's up and he's off to the left in Dane Vane's lane, but he's sitting right dead of the hole. Vane goes up and pushes that bag in and goes in with it, cleaning it up. And Purser goes off to the right. Now Vane can score right here. He's got an opportunity to get 2 points, and he goes off to the right also, giving it back. Purser goes up and in. Vane has to be in here to continue the game. And he's off to the right, giving up 2 points, and that's the game. Jackson Gore and Baden Purser end up winning the game 21-13. So we have Jackson Gore and Braden Purser facing Bryant Goodwin and Wesley Hartzell. They doing their down and back. All right. All right, they've done their spin. It's good luck. Jackson Gore with first bag. Over to the right in Wesley Hartzell's lane. Wesley goes up and around that bag and goes in. Jack goes up, sets up behind that bag again, sets up behind his first bag. Wesley goes up and goes around. That bag setting in the hole. It's right there on the edge of the red zone. Gore drags it in with his third bag. Hartzell's up and he's setting up and he's setting up. If he can just set this bag on the board without touching anything, it's a 8 on 6, taking 2 points from Jackson Gordon, Baden Purser, making it a 2-0 start. Bryant Goodwin up. He has first bag. Bryant's first bag is in. Baden's first bag is off to the right in Bryant's lane. Bryant goes in with that bag. Dragon Purser. Purser goes in with his second bag. Bryant's in with his third bag. Purser goes up and goes in, follows Bryant. Bryant's in with the fourth bag. That's a 12. Baden's up, and he's just a little bit short, giving up 2 more points, making the score 4-0, favor Bryant Goodwin and Wesley Hartzell. Wesley Hartzell's up. They have control of the board. Wesley's first bag is up. It sets up to the left, but it's in the red zone, setting right there at the hole. Hartzell throws that bag, trying to set up behind Jackson's bag, but ends up going to the left of it just a little bit. Jack tries a roll. See what Hartzell does here. He sets up behind Jackson Gore's bag. Now Jackson's probably going to do a roll shot. He tries a roll shot, cuts to the left, goes off the board. Hartzell goes up for an airmail, drags one of Gore's bags in, making it 4 on 6 right now. Jackson goes around that bag, making it a 6 on 7, getting 1 point. Oh no, it was 4 on 7. So Jackson got 3 points. So now the score is 3-4, but it still favor a Goodwin and Hartzell. Baden's first bag's off to the left. Goodwin's first bag. He pushes up against that Baden's first bag, and he's sitting in the hole. Baden throws a level 1 block. Bryant steps out. Bryant drags his bag in. It's a 6 on 2 right now. Baden goes in. It's a 6 on 5. Bryant goes up, dragging Baden's bag. Baden goes up. He sets up a level 1 block. It's a 9 on 8 right now, so Bryant has an opportunity to score a couple of points here. If he goes in with this bag clean, he tries an airmail and goes off, but he still gets 1 point, giving him a 2-point lead. So Hartzell has first bag. They have control of the board now. Hartzell's first bag is off to the right. It's in his lane. It's setting in the red zone just barely. Jackson goes up the middle. He sets up a level 2 diamond block. Hartzell goes up, pushing that bag around the hole just a little bit, so it's still in the hole. Jackson goes up with a roll bag. Hartzell goes up with a hard push. Pushes up against his other two bags. Jackson goes up trying to do a roll shot. Ends up going on top of his bag. Also sets up behind Jackson's bag. Jackson's going to go for an air mail if he drags it. Oh, he goes off. It's a 7 on 4, only getting 3. So now the score is 6-5, favor Jackson Gore and Baden Purser. Baden Purser's first bag is up. He sets up a diamond block for a level 1. Bryant Goodwin tries to go behind it, ends up going to the left of it. Baden goes off the side of the board. He rails off the side. Bryant Goodwin goes up, pushing Baden's bag in and going in with it. Baden goes in with his nets bag. Bryant's in with his next bag. Baden's off to the left, and that's out of play. Bryant goes around it, making it a 10 on 7, taking 3 back. And we have a lead change. So right now the score's 8-6. Wesley Hartzell with first bag. They have control. Wesley goes off to the left out in Jackson's lane, but he's kindly to the side. Jackson goes up doing a level 1 block. Wesley kindly drags that bag of his to the side there just a little bit, so Jackson goes up and goes in with his nets bag. Wesley goes up and goes in. Jack goes up and he sets up behind Wesley's bag, but that bag's still playable. Wesley goes up, goes to the left just a little bit. Now Jack can drag his bag and go in with it. He's going to get 12. Oh, and he drags one of Wesley's and only gets 2. So now the score is tied 8-8. Purser has first bag. Purser's up and he's off to the right just a little bit. That bag can be pushed out of play. Bryant pushes it just a little bit, not much. Baden goes up and goes in. He's not going after this bag as of yet. Bryant goes up and goes in. It's a 6 on 4. Baden goes in, 7 on 6. Bryant goes in with his next bag. It's a 9 on 7. Baden goes in. It's a 10. Bryant goes up and goes in for a 12, getting 2 points. And we have a lead change. They gain 2 points, gain the lead back. It's 10-8, favor Goodwin and Hartzell. Hartzell's up. He's setting to the back of the board, but that bag's hanging in the hole. Hartzell tries to push up behind Jackson's bag, ends up going to the right just a little bit. Jackson goes up and does the roll bag and goes in, leaving his bag setting in front of the hole. Hartzell goes up. He pushes hard up, knocking Jackson's bag in. Jackson goes up with a roll shot and goes in. Oh my. Hartzell pushes. So now the score is 13-10. Baden pushes up the middle. He's got a diamond block at level 2. Bryant steps out. He goes up, does a side by side, sets his bag in front of Baden's bag. Baden goes up, setting his bag behind Bryant's bag and his own bag. Bryant's sitting in the middle. He tries for a He tried for a block and ends up going to the right. So he has a bag to the left and to the right, but one bag sitting in the hole. Baden goes up. He hits the bag. He knocks 3 bags in, leaving one sitting at the hole. Bryant goes up trying to go around that bag. Baden goes up. He takes 2 bags in. So right now it's a 12-on-5. Bryant goes in for a 8, giving up 4 points. Now the score is 17-10, favor Gore and Purser. Jack goes up with the bag in the middle. He's in the hole. Wesley goes up. His bag goes to the left, but it's hanging in the hole on the left-hand side. Wesley goes up and goes in with his next bag. Jack goes up. He drags his other bag a little bit closer to the hole. Wesley goes up, knocking Jackson's bag in. His bag's still hanging. It's a 12-on-7 right now. Oh, and Wesley does an airmail. What a shot. Good shot, Wesley Hartzell. He done an airmail, and that was a boom. I ain't done boom all night long. Now the score is still 17-10. Baden's in with his first bag in the hole. Bryant's in with his first bag. Baden goes up. He does a level 1 block sitting in front of the hole. Now Bryant goes up, does a side-by-side. He's in Baden's lane. Baden's in his lane, and Bryant's in Baden's lane. So now we just got to see who's going to push, who's going to do what here. Baden goes off. He hits his bag and goes in, leaving Bryant's bag sitting there in front of the hole. Bryant goes up, and he goes to the back of the board. He misses his shot. Baden goes up. He pushes up against Bryant's bag. Now Bryant can step out and do an airmail. He can drag that bag. That bag is gettable. But if he don't, he's got to go in the hole. Oh, he knocks 2 bags off, making it an 8-on-4, giving up 4 points. And that's the game. Is that it, Jack? Oh, you got one more? All right, we got one more coming. Oh, okay. Okay, this is a double dip. Need to make a change on the score. Come on, scoreboard, change. Come on, change. Kobe, come here, buddy. What makes a? How do you make the score to change when they're doing a second round? Refresh.
Oh, I don't know if you can see game two.
Yep.
Yeah, you won't be able to see game two. You'll just have to keep updating them.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
All right. You're not going to be able to see the score, folks. I'm sorry. I apologize deeply, but on this last game, we're not going to be able to see it. But I promise you, I will keep you up. Bryant Goodwin with the first bag in. Baden throws his first bag off to the right just a little bit. Bryant straightens it up just a little bit for Baden. Baden goes in, turning that bag again. Now, this bag is gettable. Bryant goes to the back of the board, hanging up on the back side. Baden goes up. He draws Bryant's bag just a little bit closer. Bryant goes up, goes off to the right. He makes a good shot. Baden makes a good shot. It's a 10 on 8. Jackson Gore. It's 2-5 right now. Jackson in with his first bag. Wesley's off to the left with his first bag. Jackson goes straight in front of the in front of the hole. He's in Wesley's lane. Wesley goes up, pushing Jackson's bag in. Jack goes off to the left just a little bit, leaving the front of the board open for Wesley to take his bag and go in with it. Wesley slides off the side of the board. So here goes Jack. Jack goes up. He goes with it. He drags both of them bags in. What a shot. Wesley goes up and sets up. It's a 5 on 12, giving up 7 points. So now the score is 9-5, favor Jackson Gore and Baden Purser. Baden Purser, he's up. He sets up a level 2 block, a diamond block, sitting in front of the hole. Bryant steps out. He goes around Baden's bag, and he sets up in his lane on the left-hand side. Baden tries a roll shot and misses, rolls to the back of the board. It's still on the board. Bryant goes up. What a beautiful shot he just made. He drug his bag and went in with it. Baden drags 2 bags in, so it's 6 on 7 right now. Bryant goes up, he goes in, it's a 9 on 7. Baden goes up, he goes in, it's a 10 on 9. Bryant goes up and he's in for 2, making it a 7-9 game. Well, 9-7, I'm sorry. Still favor Jackson and Baden. Wesley's up. He's off to the left. He's in Jackson's lane. Jackson goes up the middle and does a side-by-side beside of Wesley's bag. Wesley goes up, pushing Jackson's bag. And Jackson's going to do a roll shot here, I'm sure. Yep, he does a roll shot. It goes off to the left just a little bit, but it's still playable. He can still get this bag. Wesley goes up with an airmail, knocking Jack's bag kindly to the left, all away from the hole, but he can still play this bag. Jackson goes up. He drags Wesley's bag and his bag. Wesley goes in for a 10. Jackson goes in for a 10, so it's a 10-10 wash. Score still remains 9-7. All right, Bryant Goodwin has first bag. His first bag, he sets up a level 1 block in front of, right dead in the front of the hole. Purser tries to set up behind it and ends up going kindly to the right. Bryant steps out. He's going to try to drag this bag, and he does. He drags his bag, kind of bullies Baden's bag off. Baden drags that bag, though. He catches it, and he gets it. So it's 6-6 right now. Bryant's in for his third bag. Baden's off to the left just a little bit. Now Bryant's got to decide what he wants to do here. He goes up. He hits it, making it a 12-on-7. Oh, and Baden drags that bag, making it a 12-on-12. And we have a social. All right, Wesley Hartzell, he's up, first bag. He's in he's got a level 1 block. Jack pushes it a little bit, pushes up against it, right behind it. Oh, Wesley throws short, but it's on the board, but it is down low. Goes Jackson with a roll bag. Wesley goes up. He sets over to the left just a little bit. All right, Jack tries to push. He goes off to the left of the board. Wesley has one bag to the front of the board, one bag in. Wesley goes up with an airmail and hits it. What a shot. Good bag. Beautiful bag. Jack goes in for one. So now the score's 10-7. Favor Jackson Gore and Baden Purser. They've taken over the control of the board. Baden's first bag, he sets up on the right-hand side of the bag, the hole. It's in his lane. Bryant stepping out to the left. Bryant goes to the left. He sets up on the corner there. He's still on the board, though, but it's... Baden goes to the right. He hits his bag, but he goes to the right. Bryant goes up. He pushes Baden's bag just a little bit, kindly to the corner, but Baden, I don't think it's going to chase this bag. Oh, Bryant goes to the back of the board. He's in the red zone, but he's at the back of the very back of the board. He goes up and goes in. It's an 8-on-10, just giving up 2 points, making the score 12-7. Jackson, first bag, it's in. Wesley Hartzell's in. Jackson Gore is set up with a level 1 block setting in the hole. Wesley pushes it in and goes in with it. 6-6. Jackson goes in with his bag. It's 9-on-6. Wesley goes up. He sets in front of the hole. Jackson goes up and he sets there. He pushes Wesley's bag in, and his bag is just sitting there on the right-hand side. Wesley goes around it and gets 2 points, making the score 9-12 now. They stop the bleeding. Bryant Goodwin's up, his first bag. His first bag is to the left, but it's sitting dead in the hole. Baden throws a little bit soft and falls short. He can still grab this bag and push it in. Bryant steps out. He goes in, leaving his bag sitting there. Now Baden has an opportunity. He has to make a decision here of which way he's going to go with this bag. Now Bryant's bag's sitting right dead in the hole. There's no way. And he drags Bryant's bag, goes in with it. He drags the one bag closer to the hole, though. Bryant goes up, bullying that bag over just a little bit. Now, Baden's going to have to pull this bag somehow. He goes off to the right, to the left, to the back of the hole. Now, Bryant has an opportunity. He bullies that bag out of play just a little bit further. Baden goes up, trying to grab that bag in the back, but he couldn't quite get enough of it, giving up 4 points. So now the score is favor of Bryant and Hartzell, 13. Gore and Baden Purser, 12. Hartzell throws his first bag up to the right. It's in his lane. Jackson goes up, sets his bag up in the middle. Now Hartzell has to make a choice here. Let's see what he's going to do. Oh, he goes up. He pushes Jackson Gore's bag in and goes off the board. That's not good. Here we go. Jackson goes up the middle, setting up in the middle. Hartzell goes up. He pushes them all closer to the center of the hole. Jackson goes up. He tries a roll bag and ends up going to the left. Hartzell goes up and pushes all of his bags in but one, making it a 7. Jackson goes up and he stops short, making it a 10. 10 on 7, only gaining 3 points, and he could have gained 5. Score now is 15-13. So Baden Purser has first bag. Baden's in for his first bag. Bryant's in with his first bag. Baden sets, he goes to the right. That bag's almost out of play. Bryant goes up beside of it for a level 2 block, which is a good bag. Baden goes up trying to go around that bag and ends up going beside of it. Oh, and Bryant, what a bag. Bryant Goodwin just pushed one of his bags in and one of Baden's bags in and set up in front of the hole with a level 1 diamond block. Baden goes in with that bag. Now Bryant Goodwin has a chance to score here. And he goes to the back of the board, and it's a 10-10 wash. The score still remains 15-13, favor Gore and Purser. Gore's up with his first bag, and it's in. Hartzell's up, and he's in. Jack sets up with a level 1 block. Hartzell tries to go behind it, ends up going to the right of it. Gore goes up with a roll bag, leaving that first bag setting in front of the hole. Hartzell goes up, trying to go around that bag and misses the shot. Oh, Jackson goes up. His bag goes in, but he hangs to the right of the board on that last bag. Now, if Hartzell can go in, it's going to be a 7 on 10. Oh, it's 12 on 5, making it 7. That's the game. So Jackson Gore and Baden Purser end up coming back and winning first place. Wesley Hartzell and Bryant Goodwin, they were in the king's seat. They ended up getting double dipped. We thank everybody for tuning in tonight that tuned in. Appreciate all of you folks out there. Want to thank our sponsors. We want to thank Angie's Pressure Washing, Bridges Courts, also Headlights Are Us, Bag Junkies, Kelly's Bars and Grills, Bust You Up Cornhole, and Hartzell's Garage Door and Company. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We appreciate you. Hope to see you next Well, hope to see you Thursday. We'll be back here Thursday. So we thank you. Good night, everybody. Go, Bay. Go.